Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the College Football Playoff. Of course, gonna have to get this all ready to go and all. But we are live. College Football Playoff. Got a very interesting game coming up here in a few minutes between Alabama and Michigan. It's the one that most people are saying is going to be the better game. And well, we are going to see. 39 minutes away is kickoff. So, we wanted to come on here a couple minutes early and just kind of look at what, kind of talk about the game a little bit. And so, with under 39 minutes to go until this game kicks off, this is, I think, the better game of the day. Of course, it's the Rose Bowl, and a lot of stuff happens in the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl is maybe one of the most prestigious games you're talking about all of football. This is the one, I think, other than going to the NFL and playing in the NFL, this is as close to playing in one of the biggest environments that you will ever play in. So, tonight's going to be a very interesting matchup between Michigan and Alabama. And so, it's going to be very interesting here tonight. So, we look at Michigan, and you look at some of their stats this season. J.J. McCarthy's 213 and 287 for 2,630 yards. That is a 74% completion percentage. And he's thrown 19 touchdowns, go with 4 interceptions on the season. Second string quarterback Jack Tuttle is 15 to 17, 130. He's got an 88% completion percentage, and then he's thrown a touchdown and no interceptions. As we wait and see what the camera just did. That's weird. Okay. So, I don't know what just happened there. But yeah. Alright. Can everyone still hear me? Okay. I'm not sure. Okay. Yes. Okay, we're good. So I'm not sure what that just did, but it did something. Either way. Getting back to what I was talking about though. This Michigan team, I think they're going to want to run the ball. It's going to be interesting. How does Alabama's defense do against this run game? Because, you look at the run game for the Michigan Wolverines. Blake Corum, their leading running back, 218 carries, 1,028 yards, 24 touchdowns on the season. Of course, the backup running back, Donovan Edwards, he's played in the playoffs before. He's got 109 carries for 382 yards and 3 touchdowns on the season. And then Khalil Mullings, 32 carries, 195 yards, and a touchdown. J.J. McCarthy's carried the ball 57 times for 146 yards and 3 touchdowns. So, that is some stats from the run game. And then for the receiving side of things, Roman Wilson, 41 receptions, 662 yards, 11 touchdowns. Colston Loveland, he's got 40 receptions for 572 yards and 4 touchdowns. Cornelius Johnson, 42 receptions, 567 yards, and a touchdown. So that's your 3 main guys to watch out for. So, Gonna be a fun game here today. College football playoffs. And then we're going to turn our attention to the Alabama Crimson Tide and get some of their stats pulled up real quick. Of course, right now, as you know, they're all getting warmed up and ready to go for this game. And here we go. All right, so of course Jalen Milroe's their starting quarterback. He's 171 to 261, 2,718 yards. He's got a 65 completion percentage. He's thrown for 23 touchdowns and 6 interceptions on the season. The backup quarterback, Ty Simpson, he's 11 to 20 for 179. That's 55% throwing the ball. He's got no touchdowns and no interceptions on the season. And so, run game for Alabama, Jace McClellan, 166 carries for 803 yards and 6 touchdowns. Roydell Williams, 110 carries, 561 yards, 5 touchdowns. Jalen Milroe, 140 carries, 468 yards, 12 touchdowns. And then Jam Miller, 40 carries, 190 yards, and a touchdown for him. So that is a little bit about Alabama and their run game. And then receiving-wise, there's 2 main guys for Milroe. It's Jermaine Burton. He's got 35 receptions, 777 yards, 8 touchdowns. And then Isaiah Bond, 44 receptions, 621 yards, 4 touchdowns. Some other guys that could be big if those 2 can't get going. Amari Niblack, 19 receptions, 321 yards, 4 touchdowns. And then Kobe Prentice, 17 receptions, 301 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the Tide. So, for Alabama, and I think this is going to be the game that is lower scoring than the other game tonight between Texas and Washington. I think this is the game that you look at it as if I think defenses are going to control the pace of the game. And so I think in that sense, it's going to come down to which offense makes more plays. So it's going to be heavy on how does Milroe do. I think it's going to be one of these situations where the quarterbacks are going to be forced to be pocket passers in this game. So if you're Jalen Milroe, can you throw the ball effectively enough to win the game? If you're J.J. McCarthy, are you effective enough to throw the ball down the field and win the game? So we've got an interesting matchup in Pasadena coming up very shortly. And it's going to be a fun one, to say the least. So, also, those of you who have joined, please, if you will, just give a little comment. Just tell us how what you're excited about this game and the Texas Washington. And if you want to, give your put your opinions on who you think's going to the national championship game, and then your predictions like Michigan and Alabama, who wins and by how much and what's the score. Just give us a little bit something to talk about throughout the whole entire night. So, just going to be a lot of fun. So, now, what I'm going to do is give you a little bit of a taste of something kind of cool that I can do. And this is the playoff bracket. And so, of course, you got Michigan and Alabama coming up here in just a little while. And then you got Washington and Texas at the Sugar Bowl. So this is just a visual for you to look at and get an idea of what the playoff looks like. And, of course, you can see right there in the middle, the CFP National Championship game will be next Monday at 6:30. And I will be here and giving you commentary of the game as it happens, so you do not want to miss it. Going to be awesome to witness that national championship game. Of course, we are under 30 minutes till kickoff. This is going to be fun, no doubt, because it's Michigan and it's Alabama. Two of, like, you're talking about some blue bloods of the sport. Well, these two are blue bloods of this sport. So, this is going to be a lot of fun. No doubt about that. And of course, right now, what I'm going to work on is getting you some trivia questions for later. So, that's going to be fun. So, let's see here. Okay. Okay. Well, so I'm going to get some trivia questions going for you. And it's going to be awesome. Okay. So, working on some questions for y'all. You know what? Let me pull it up on my phone. This will be easier way to do it. Of course, I'm going to save my preview of Washington and Texas for later in the stream, a little bit later tonight. So, um, okay. Still, question I'm trying to find is something that is kind of hard to find, but let's just see if I can. See if I can find something. So I know the way to do this. Alright, here we go. Maybe. Hmm. Well, you know what? I will find that later. I will find that later. Alright. Well, we are about 25 minutes from kickoff in Pasadena. Of course, you look at these two head coaches that are in this game. Nick Saban, of course, is the legendary head coach of Alabama, the greatest coach of all time. I mean, you look at national championships by one singular head coach. Um, he's already surpassed Bear Bryant. He's one of very few who's actually won. He's won national championships at two different schools. He won, of course, most of people forget about the one he won at LSU years ago, back in 2003, which is 20 years ago, which is crazy to think about. And then, of course, he's won a bunch at Alabama to surpass Bear Bryant, with the most national championships by a head coach. And then you look at Jim Harbaugh, a guy who coached in the NFL, who, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, he's done a good job. He is probably one of the most versatile coaches when it comes to he can coach in the NFL, he can coach in college, he's good wherever he's at. Of course, most people forget about this as well. He started at Stanford and he coached Andrew Luck there at Stanford. And then, of course, he coached at the San Francisco 49ers. And then he's now back at his alma mater, the Michigan Wolverines. And they've been doing pretty good. I mean, this is their third straight trip to the college football playoff. So, definitely doing something right, that's for sure, if you are the Michigan Wolverines. And so, we are getting you set for this game, which will get underway in just a little while. Going to be a lot of fun, though. A lot of fun, to say the least. Okay, let's go to a commercial break, and we will return in just a minute. Alright, everybody, welcome back. We are getting you set for Alabama and Michigan coming up in just a little while. So, we look at how these teams got to the Rose Bowl and, more importantly, the college football playoff. So, the Alabama Crimson Tide, of course, began the season with a win over Middle Tennessee. Then, it was the gauntlet of playing the Texas Longhorns at home, and Texas came in and just dominated Alabama. Jalen Milroe did not look good in the game, and then the next week, Alabama would travel to South Florida and just look absolutely terrible in that game. But they got the win. And it was a turning point for the Alabama Crimson Tide because after that game, Alabama stuck with Jalen Milroe as their starting quarterback. They fixed the offense for him. And now Alabama, they went on to win the rest of their games. They are now 12-1, sitting here with a chance to win the Rose Bowl there in Pasadena. Michigan, undefeated season. They played a rather easy schedule compared to most. And then you got the game against Penn State, where, of course, Jim Harbaugh was suspended. He couldn't play. Couldn't coach. And so Michigan went out there and they dominated on the ground. And so they established that they were going to be a run-heavy team in that game. And then they ended up winning the game 24-15. And then here comes the next challenge, which is Ohio State. Beat them at home. And so then they would win the Big Ten championship. Alabama won the SEC championship. And so now Michigan is there in the playoff at 13-0, and Alabama is 12-1 coming into this matchup. So a very fun game coming up between Michigan and Alabama. The spread for this game, if you are a betting person, is 45.5 for this game. I think I'd take the under in this game. That's just my opinion. I think that this is going to be a game where defenses are going to be very highlighted in this game. And so, give me defense in this game. I'm going to take that this is going to be the under. The final score I could see being like a 17-14 type of matchup where it's just going to be old school football, good defense, like all the good stuff when you think of just good football. And then later tonight we will talk a little bit more about Texas and Washington a little bit later tonight. After at halftime, and of course at the in between games as well. So we just await the beginning of this game in Pasadena. We are about 17.5 minutes away from kickoff. So we are getting excited for what is going to be a fun time broadcasting the college football playoff here for you on Saber Broadcast Network. It is going to be a lot of fun. So, of course, Alabama also, some other tidbits for you. They've got the most wins in the college football playoff era. And so they look to win again another game, while Michigan is still searching for its first ever college football playoff win. So a lot at stake here in this Rose Bowl. As right now the national broadcast is going to commercial break. So we are just getting you set. Also, I do want to thank those of you who tuned in last night for the New Year's Eve special. That was a fun stream I did last night, 3 hours long. And so we went all the way to midnight, which I don't think I've ever done a stream that late. So it was a new experience, but it was fun. A lot of fun indeed to bring in the new year here on Saber Broadcast Network, because I have had a great year last year, and so this year I'm hoping to just have another good year. Like I said last night, the goal is to get to 120 subscribers by the end of the year this year. So hopefully we can get there to 120 subscribers and expand my horizons with this channel. So, a lot of fun coming up here on the channel. So, we are 15 minutes away from kickoff in Pasadena, California. And right now, the Michigan band is performing for the crowd there at the Rose Bowl. So, getting so close. I'm telling you, folks, this is going to be a fun one between Alabama and Michigan. So right now, Joey Galloway and Desmond Howard of ESPN are going to give their picks for who wins the game. So, very exciting to see. We are finally here. Finally, we have made it to the college football playoff after a month of waiting. We are finally here. Of course, all the outside playoff talk is out. Is going to be taken out. We're not going to talk about anything outside of the playoff, which is right in front of our eyes. We're going to talk about this game in front of us and the game to come tonight, and nothing else outside. Of course, if you want my opinion on what has happened here so far in the play, as far as the build up to the playoff, you can go to my stream last night, watch the first hour. You can see where I have a lot of opinions. So right now, Michigan's band is out there performing and waiting, and we just await kickoff of the Rose Bowl and, more importantly, the college football playoff. Also, let me go back to that bracket for you. This is the final year of this 4-team bracket. Next year is the 12-team playoff, so I'll have to get a new graphic design coming for you for next year, which I'll have it ready for you. So, very exciting indeed. So, I'm going to turn it back to me. And so, now it looks like National Broadcast is going from their studio crew up to the broadcast booth. So, we are finally getting even closer to the game, folks. All right. We are getting ever so closer because now ESPN has thrown it to Chris Fowler, and this is exciting. So, of course, right now, we still await. I've been on here for nearly 30 minutes, and we're still waiting for this game to start. As right now, they are showing the bracket like I just gave you, and so they're talking about the games so far and what's to come. So, of course, we are waiting and waiting. Hmm. All right. So we are just waiting. As right now they're showing where Michigan, third straight appearance in the college football playoff. They are 0-2 so far in the playoff. And then of course you have Alabama, who's been here all but 2 years, I think. That sounds right. So Alabama's been a mainstay in the college football playoff, and Alabama and Michigan. This is the fun game. This is the one that we've been waiting for, everybody. It is 4 o'clock. We've got another 10 minutes probably until they'll ever kick the ball off. So this is going to be a whole lot of fun. So tonight's starters for you, just to kind of have something to talk about real quick. Um, so if you're looking at the Michigan side, their starting quarterback J.J. McCarthy. They got Blake Corum at running back. Um, their fullback is Max Bredesen. Tight ends Colston Loveland and A.J. Barner. Trent Jones is their right tackle. Right guard is Carson Barnhart. Their center is Drake Nugent. Their left guard is Trevor Keegan. Left tackle is Ladarius Henderson. Their two wide receivers are Cornelius Johnson and Roman Wilson. That's the starting lineup on the offensive side for Michigan. On the defensive side, you got the edge rusher Braden McGregor. Their left defensive tackle Mason Graham. Their right defensive tackle Chris Jenkins. Their another edge rusher is Jalen Harrell. Their middle linebacker is Junior Colson. Their wide linebacker is Michael Barrett. That's their cornerback. One of their cornerbacks is Josh Wallace. Their strong safety is Makari Page. Their free safety is Rod Moore. Their other cornerback is Will Johnson, and their nose back is Mike Sanderstill. And then their punter is Tommy Doman, and their place kicker is James Turner. That is for the Michigan Wolverines. And also out of this game is Zach Zinter and Jimmy Rolder. So that is some big losses for them. And then you look at the Alabama Crimson Tide. Their starting lineup is quarterback Jalen Milroe, running back Jace McClellan. They got a tight end, C.J. Dupree. Their right tackle is J.C. Latham. Their right guard is Jaden Roberts. Their center is Seth McLaughlin. Their left guard is Tyler Booker. Their left tackle is Caden Proctor. And the wide receivers, Malik Benson, Jermaine Burton, and Isaiah Bond are starting for Alabama's offense. And then on the defensive side, their defensive end is Justin Aboigbe. Nose tackle is Tim Keenan. Their defensive tackle is Jaheim Otis. Their jack is Chris Braswell. And the linebackers, Deontay Lawson, Tresman Marshall, Dallas Turner, and cornerbacks Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry. Strong safety, Caleb Downs. Free safety, Jalen Key. And their star is Malachi Moore. Punter is James Burnett, and the place kicker is Will Reichard. So that is your starting lineups for the Rose Bowl game. And Alabama has no injured reserved players, so we are hoping for a really fun game between Alabama and Michigan. Just gave you the starting lineups for this game, and I got to tell you, right now they are having the flyover. They are in Pasadena, and what a way to open up the college football playoff from the granddaddy of them all in its time frame as usual. Of course, with the expanded playoff, whenever in a couple years when they get the semifinals once again, it'll be a different day and a different time for this game, which will be very odd to see the Rose Bowl not being on New Year's Day, because it's just everybody thinks of the Rose Bowl, you think of New Year's Day, and so kind of sad to see that it won't always be on New Year's Day with the scheduling they have in place right now with the college football playoff, but hey, we got one last year to enjoy the most legitimate system, in my opinion. Because you want the four best teams, get a committee in there and talk about it, and you can get the four best teams in the playoff. Had to take a sip of water real quick. We are ever so close to kickoff in Pasadena. So, of course, if that's something else you want to talk about, please put that down in the chat. If you are excited for next year's 12-team playoff, or if you think that it's going to be a dud and that it's not worth expanding and they should keep the 4-team model. So, of course, dialogue throughout the game will be fun. Of course, we'll be talking about this game at halftime. See, from what we see, what we don't see, what needs to be different in the game. Going to be a very exciting matchup between Alabama and Michigan, two blue bloods of the sport. Last time they played was, I believe, the 2020 Citrus Bowl, where Alabama dominated Michigan 35-16 in a game that Alabama came out and they wanted to win it because they lost their previous game to Auburn, so they wanted to win the Citrus Bowl, and they came out and dominated and proved everybody why they were a good, they wanted something to prove, and so they went out and proved what they wanted to. So that is the last time they played, was in 2020, and now they meet in the 2024 Rose Bowl game, which is part of the college football playoff for the 2023 season. And what a game it's going to be. Alabama and Michigan. We are getting so fired up to watch this game. The game is going to kick off here in just a few moments. So, series history. They played in the 1987 Hall of Fame Bowl, where Michigan won 28-24. They played in the 1996 Outback Bowl, Alabama won 17-14. They played in the 1999 Orange Bowl, Michigan 35-34. Then they played in the 2012 regular season, Alabama won 41-14. And, of course, the 2020 Citrus Bowl, like I told you, where Alabama won 35-16. So Alabama leads the series 3-2 between these teams. So they've been pretty evenly matched whenever they have played. And so, very interesting to see that this is your matchup. The 1 versus 4. Very exciting. So Michigan has ran out of the tunnel, and Alabama is getting ready to go themselves. Here come the Tide. Folks, are you ready for college football playoffs? Well, no doubt, here we have it. It's the Tide and the Wolverines to see who will play for a national championship, which will be in Houston, Texas next Monday night. But for now, you've got the semifinals in Pasadena, California. And then tonight you got the other semifinal game in New Orleans, Louisiana. And so we are about to get the coin toss as the captains have made their way to midfield. So here we go. Our referee for tonight's game is Mike Vandervelde from the Big 12. And so he is conducting the coin toss ceremony. So right now they got the Rose Bowl Grand Marshal. So here we go. Here is the coin. All right. So here we go. Here's the coin toss. So I believe Alabama has won the toss, and I believe they have deferred to the second half. All right. Also, a little tidbit. It just said Nick Saban. Alabama is 6-1 in the college football playoff semifinals. Of course, their only time losing in the semifinals was the inaugural college football playoff when they lost to Ohio State, the eventual national champion. So Alabama has played for 6 college football playoff national championship games. Crazy to think about. And of course, as previously noted, Michigan has not won a game in the college football playoff yet. So here we have a great matchup. What a season this has been, and why not just finish the season with Alabama, Michigan, Texas, Washington, and then the national championship that will be amazing. And I mean, you talk about the last year, the 14 playoff. Well, there were 6 teams that legitimately could have played, but you got these 4 in here. Georgia and Florida State already played Saturday as part of the Orange Bowl, which was not a part of the playoff, and everybody who keeps up knows what happened with that. So we're not going to rehash that, but we are going to talk about this game as Will Reichard will kick that ball away to Michigan as the Wolverines will begin with the football at about the 25-yard line. So it is J.J. McCarthy in this Michigan offense, and you look at completion percentage this season, J.J. McCarthy's only second to Bo Nix. Bo Nix, 77%, and this year for J.J. McCarthy, 74%. So here we go, 1st and 10 for the Wolverines. McCarthy, he's got his running back, that's Corum, to his left. He sends a man in motion. That is A.J. Barner, he's sent in motion. Here's McCarthy looking to throw. McCarthy rolling, nowhere to go with it. Intercepted! Alabama has picked it off. Oh my goodness, the first play of the game, Alabama has picked off J.J. McCarthy, and that is the defensive player number 2 on that defense. That's Caleb Downs, the freshman. What a play. And this is just a bad offensive play by J.J. McCarthy. Just trying to extend the play, and he just throws it right to Caleb Downs. Like, he doesn't even account for Caleb Downs being right there. Caleb Downs, he's even in bounds. This is a clean interception. Alabama's going to have the football in scoring position at the beginning of this game. And they deferred to the second half, folks, and they are reviewing the interception. So, okay, they're reviewing to see, because he apparently was the out-of-bounds player, but can he... So let's see. This is interesting. Downs, he's in bounds. Oh, did he... Oh, that's close. Okay. So what they're looking for is, did he step out of bounds? If he did, then there would be no interception. But if they say he did not touch out of bounds, then that is an interception for the Tide. So here we go. Okay, so they have reversed the call. The call has been reversed. Michigan can breathe a sigh of relief right there. No interception for McCarthy. Just a bad pass, though. I don't understand, if you're McCarthy, I don't understand why you're rolling to your right and then you just throw it like that. That was a very dangerous pass. Had Caleb Downs been in bounds, that would have been a clear interception. And so, that is a very dangerous play, and that's just something you got to avoid if you're the quarterback for Michigan. So here is McCarthy, going to throw it out wide, and picking up a few yards right there, but nothing much going. That is That is Samaj Morgan. He's the freshman. And so some impact players is Blake Corbin, Colston Loveland on the offensive side for Michigan. And then Deontay Lawson and Dallas Turner for Alabama. The linebackers are going to be big in tonight's game, as I don't know why my camera went away. Kind of confusing as to why it did that. As I will get y'all fixed here in just a second. But either way, here we go. McCarthy looking to pass. Throwing. That's incomplete. 4th and 8. As Alabama's defense steps up and is playing just a great football game. And it went to... There we go. So Alabama, their defense comes out ferociously against this Michigan offense, and it's going to be 4th and 8, and really just a bad beginning to the game if you're Michigan. Not the way you want to start the game. So Tommy Doman is out to punt. Caleb Downs is the returner. There is the punt from Doman, and nice punt, and Caleb Downs will call for a fair catch. And so Alabama will start at about the 38-39-ish range, as here comes Jalen Milroe and the Alabama offense. In this season for Jalen Milroe, 91 QBR. That's 3rd in the FBS in span. So first down for Alabama, 13:56 to go in the first quarter. Milroe's got his running back to his right. That is Roydell Williams. He's going to fake the handoff to Williams, getting pressured, and he's going down for the sack. And a great defensive play right there by Michigan here early, as that offensive line of Alabama did not give Milroe any time. They gave him time, I would say that. But there was just a breakdown on the right side here, as Caden Proctor, he just misses an assignment right there. So 2nd and 23 for Alabama. Milroe's got his running back. He sends him in motion. That is Williams. Milroe looking to pass. Going to throw it out wide. That is for his tight end. That is C.J. Dupree with the catch. So it's going to be 3rd and long to go for Alabama on this opening drive. Some impact players on the offensive side of the ball for Alabama is Jace McClellan and Jermaine Burton. And on the defensive side for Michigan, it's Mason Graham and Will Johnson. So those are some impact players for today's game at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Clock continues to move, 12:50 to go. Milroe's got his running back to his right. He will now walk up to his offensive line and call out some signals to his teammates. Milroe, 3rd and 12, takes the snap. Looking, a lot of pressure. He has to escape. He's going down again. And that Wolverine defense is playing a great job here at the beginning of the game. That's Stewart with the sack. 4th down for Alabama. They are going behind the line of scrimmage, as Michigan has 2 total yards, and Alabama is just getting in the negatives right here, folks. Not a good start for Alabama. 4th and 23. And James Burnap is out to punt for Alabama. There is the punt, and that one will be sent back. And a muffed punt! And who's going to have it? It was muffed. Alabama says they have it. It's Alabama football, folks. And for Alabama, after that bad starting possession, it is muffed. What a muff. That is a big thing. Samaj Morgan muffs the punt, and Alabama's got the football. And they're at the beginning. Their offense, they looked rough. Alabama's offense looked rough just seconds ago. That is a big play. That has got to give a lot of confidence to this Alabama offense, to be honest with you. Just a lot of confidence. So starting at about the 44-yard line on their own side of the field, it's Alabama. Got a running back behind him. He will hand it off, and that is Jace McClellan. He will get up for a few yards right there. Nice run for Alabama. And he went straight up the gut, and he found a lane. That's 6 yards, 2nd and 4 for Alabama. And very interesting start to this game so far, folks. 2nd and 4. Clock continues to move. 11.5 minutes to go in this first quarter. Milroe sends a couple men in motion. He's got his running back behind him. He takes the snap and fakes the handoff. Milroe going to take off himself. And he's running for that first down line. I think he got it. I think he's got the first down. We will see what the refs are going to say. But I think he's got the first down. But we see what Michigan's trying to do on this defensive side of the ball. They are trying to put pressure on Milroe all game long. So it's going to be up to Milroe to stay poised and keep his composure in this game. And there is an injured Wolverine out there. And so the game is going to take a break. 10:56 to go in the first quarter. Alabama is on the move, and very interesting start, folks. I mean, the muff punt, that you can't have if you're Michigan. You just cannot have the muffed punt. That is just a killer when it comes to trying to somehow find a way to win the game. So that is definitely a killer in every sense of the word. And then for Alabama, I mean, I got to say, your offense didn't look good on that first possession. You get the muff punt, and now you're looking for a chance to get on the board. I mean, scoring in this game is a big deal. And so Alabama getting the strike first, and they get the ball to begin the second half. If that's what happens, that could be really huge for this game here today. So, very interesting start indeed. As sometimes in some games if you watch the first few minutes of the game, you can see the way that the game's going to go. It doesn't happen all the time. It's just one of those times, sometimes you can see it. If this is true for how this game's going to go, this is going to be a fun game to watch. So, of course, we are waiting for the national broadcast to come back. Because, they have to take 50 million commercials and fit them all into the college football playoff. So, but we are finally here, folks. This is the fun time, that is for sure. As Meowth has made a appearance. Hey, buddy. Yep, here's Meowth. He's come back. He's wanted to say hello to all you here watching tonight's stream. He's funny. Either way, here we go. 10:56 to go in the first quarter. Alabama. Let's see what they do here. So it's 3rd and 1. So they said that he was short. So he was out of bounds. He didn't extend the ball at all. So, I mean, it makes sense. 10:56 to go here in this first quarter. 3rd and 1. And we're still waiting on what is going on down there on the field. It's a play as Alabama staff is talking to the offense right now. And so here we go. So let's see what Alabama does in this 3rd and 1. going to be interesting. You got a lot of stuff you could probably pull up whenever you're looking at the playbook. They're on the right hash. So Alabama converts on 83% of third and three or shorter, which is best in the FBS, and the FBS average is 60%. So here we go. Milroe under center. It's a quarterback sneak, and I don't know if he got it. He did not get much, and we will see. Did he get it? Just not a lot of strength to get that first down, I don't think. So they gave it, okay, they gave him first down. Interesting. I didn't think they got it. That was close. Folks, that was very close. And so at 10 minutes to go, here is Alabama's offense here in this first quarter at about the 34-yard line. They got the first down. He's got two men in the backfield with him. Here's the snap. It is dropped on the ground a little bit, but here's McClellan getting to the outside. He's gone. Touchdown, Alabama. The Crimson Tide have scored first in Pasadena in the Rose Bowl. What a score. It's just Jase McClellan, 34 yards, and Alabama strikes first here in the college football playoff. And this is just bad defense. Milroe dropped the snap. McClellan, he's got one man to beat after he gets past the initial line of scrimmage, and he's gone. Touchdown, Alabama. And what a play for Jase McClellan. That's a four-play, 44-yard drive, 2 minutes, 11 seconds. And what a drive for Alabama. It all started with a muffed punt, and there is Alabama getting on the board. As here is the extra point. It is up, and it is good. The Tide, they are the first to score tonight here in the Rose Bowl, and it's Jase McClellan running it in after the Samaj Morgan muff, and McClellan puts a move on Sandersteele as he goes to the house. Touchdown, Alabama. Oh, and man, what a game so far. I gotta say, what a play, like I just said. And Alabama, after that bad first possession, I like the way Alabama's came out on that second possession. So it's going to be interesting to see, can they continue? But Alabama, this is kind of what I thought, though, is that both quarterbacks don't want to be subjected to trying to throw the ball. And so run game, going to be the big thing if they could run the ball, which I was wondering who's going to be able to run the ball better. And really, Alabama's done a good job with the run game since they got the after the muffed punt. Now, I will say this. Michigan, I'm kind of shocked about their approach on offense because they're trying to make McCarthy sit back and throw the ball, which I think Alabama is actually ready for that for some reason, whereas they're not running it as much as what I thought they would. I thought they would have began their first series, with a run play. So it's a little different than what I thought they were going to do. But we'll see what they do on this drive. Of course, they're going to get the football back. They need to do something on offense because right now, Alabama's got all the momentum right now. Like, literally, all the momentum is on Alabama's side right now. Michigan, this has just been indicative of how they've done in the playoffs to this point. I mean, they got beat down by Georgia 2 years ago. Last year, getting upset by TCU. They need to find some way to change the narrative. So, going to be very interesting indeed. As the national broadcast is coming back. So, right now they are showing clips from the Rose Parade, the 135th. Alabama second all-time with 965 wins. They've got 4 Heisman winners, Mark Ingram, Derrick Henry, Bryce Young, and Devontae Smith. 16 national championships for Alabama. And then Michigan has won the most games all-time with 1,002. They got 3 Heisman, Tom Harmon, Charles Woodson, and Desmond Howard. And they've won 9 national championships at Michigan. So, here we go. Reichard will send that away. That one will go for a touchback. As here will be Michigan. What can they do? That was not a great start for them at all. So, Michigan in the last 3 CFP first halves, they've been outscored 55-9. So, not great stuff right there if you are Michigan. And it's just been it's the same old, as they try to change the narrative right here. 9:41 to go in the first quarter. J.J. McCarthy all alone in the backfield. They are sticking to the pass tonight. As here comes Corum motioning back in to the right of McCarthy. Another man in motion, that's Samaj Morgan. As here's a handoff for Corum, looking for the outside, and he will get 5 or 6 yards right there. Good run for Blake Corum as he found the outside, and he noticed that there's just no Alabama defenders in that area, so he found the lane and, got about 5 or 6. So Michigan has been leading or tied in 97% of minutes this season. So a little bit of different territory if you're Michigan so far in this game. 2nd and 4 for Michigan. McCarthy going to pitch it back to Corum. Corum's going to get the outside, and he's got some room to run as he's at about the 48-yard line after that run. It's a first down for the Michigan Wolverines. And again, Alabama's defense, I see, is just, they weren't ready for another pitch to Corum, and he just broke it free, and just a nice run if you're Blake Corum. And he just found a lane. 1st and 10 for Michigan. Corum is behind McCarthy. It's a fake to Corum, and the ball is batted down. McCarthy, he has it batted down, and so it's going to be 2nd and 10 for the Michigan Wolverines. And McCarthy was trying to get it to his tight end. He's trying to get to A.J. Barner. But good defense right there by Deontay Lawson of Alabama. 2nd and 10 from the 48. McCarthy sends a man in motion. He takes the snap, fakes the handoff, now throwing it out. And that'll go for about a yard. And that right there is Colston Loveland with the catch. It's going to be 3rd down for the Wolverines. 3rd and 8. So now, it's going to be very interesting to see what Michigan's going to draw up here on 3rd and 8. They haven't had a lot of success throwing the ball yet so far in this game. So it's going to be very interesting. McCarthy's all alone in the backfield. Sends a man in motion. McCarthy, design run. He's going to take off, and I think he's short. And now they're going to look. I think they're going to have to look at this. I think he's short. Michigan, okay, it's 4th and 1, and it looks like Michigan's going to keep the offense out there, and they are going to go for it on 4th down. This is a big move right here early in the game. 4th and 1 for Michigan. They are looking at it as like this. They need to score in order to keep up with Alabama. So let's see if they can get it. 4th and 1. McCarthy has a man in motion. He takes a snap. And it is Blake Corum getting the first down for the Wolverines. And he just runs right up the middle. And that Alabama defense did not have a lot of chance to actually do anything. And Corum just finds that nice hole and finds the way to get the first down. Nice carry by Blake Corum. Nice handoff by J.J. McCarthy. Simple play and good offensive line movement of that defensive line. Great stuff from Michigan, as it is going to be 1st and 10 for the Michigan Wolverines. Here is another handoff to Corum, and he will get maybe 3 right there. 2 or 3 yards right there for the Michigan running back. So, 2nd and 8. Corum coming out of the game. I like here on this drive, I've thought that the Michigan offensive line here on this drive has done a really good job of holding firm so far and giving Corum enough time to find the lanes to run on this drive. So here's McCarthy, fakes the handoff. McCarthy pressured. He's having to get out of the pocket. Now throwing. That's caught! Down the field. A great throw by McCarthy. And just a great catch by Khalil Mullings for the Michigan Wolverines. The running back. And McCarthy got pressured. Gets out of the pocket and he sees Mullings wide open. Throws it to him. Maybe a little late, because had he thrown it a little sooner, there could have been the possibility of a big catch and run for Mullings. But here we go. Here's the handoff. Here's Samaj Morgan getting to the outside, and he'll be stopped after a gain of about 6 yards for the Wolverines. So right now it is 2nd down, and Michigan is driving. So 2nd and 4. This is a 9-play, 67-yard drive. That's eclipsed 5 minutes. So Alabama's defense has been out there for a little bit right now. Alabama's defense is going to look to try to get off the field, but it is 2nd and 4. McCarthy looking, throwing, caught, touchdown, Blake Corum, and Michigan has responded. The Michigan Wolverines is an 8-yard touchdown for Blake Corum, and Michigan has responded. After Alabama's 34-yard touchdown, it is Blake Corum. And it's been 2 different type of games that we've been seeing so far offensively. Michigan has been more willing to go to the air in this game, whereas Milroe in the Alabama offense has not really gone to the air very much so far in this game. As here's the extra point. It is up. It is good. It is tied at 7 here in the Rose Bowl. And Blake Corum, he catches a touchdown from his quarterback, J.J. McCarthy. What a game so far. It is the college football playoff, and I got to tell you, great game is what we have here. 7-all in Pasadena. So, very interesting stuff here so far in this game. Of course, if you're just joining us, we are in the final stages of the first quarter. About 4 minutes, I would say, to go. So, if you would like to, if you aren't yet, please subscribe to the channel. We have a goal of 120 subscribers by the end of the year. So, if that is something you would like to do, which is subscribe, then you have the opportunity right now to subscribe to the channel. So, of course, we've been doing a lot of college football stuff this season, and we finally got to the college football playoff, which is the most fun time of the year. And Alabama and Michigan in a really fun game here so far. We are tied at 7. To give you a little recap of our touchdowns for scoring plays so far, Jace McClellan, the Alabama running back, ran it in from 34 yards out for the Alabama touchdown. And then just then, as you heard me say, Blake Corum, 8-yard receiving touchdown from J.J. McCarthy. And that is how we are here at 7-7 apiece. So, fun game so far. Of course, we have a lot of game left. Of course, our stream is just getting started. This is quarter 1 of 8 for us here on this channel. Because the reason why I say 8 is because we're also doing Washington, Texas later tonight. So, gonna be exciting indeed. Oh, goodness. Had to yawn there for a second. So we got a long commercial break going on at this moment. So here we go. Just a great offensive drive for Michigan right here. Did a great job, and Alabama just had a there's just no one there to account for Blake Corum, and this defense didn't even think about Corum. Just a bad sequence for that Alabama defense, and that is Blake Corum's first receiving touchdown this season. 25th total touchdown, which leads the FBS. As here's the kickoff, and that one will go for a touchback, as it'll be Alabama football from about the 25-yard line. And here we go. Jalen Milroe coming back out for that Alabama offense. He is the starting quarterback. And so the game's going to commercial break. And we are going to take it with them. We'll be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the College Football Playoff right here on Saber Broadcast Network. I'm Cooper Naylor. So glad that you could join us here today. We are tied at 7 apiece in Pasadena, California, and Alabama's offense will come out in just a minute. So, comment below what you've thought so far about the game. Of course, it's been a very interesting one, that is for sure. Alabama struck first, and then Michigan just scored a touchdown. So comment below what you've thought about the game so far and what you want to see from either side throughout the rest of this game. And, of course, I will try to respond to your comments in the chat. So we are excited for this game. Man, I cannot do anything else but yawn, folks. So, Colton Naylor is saying it is pretty even so far. Yeah, I would agree. Pretty even game. This is like most people thought, it was going to be the better game. So, it is living up to be possibly a really fun Rose Bowl matchup. One that we will remember forever. So, of course, 2023 Iron Bowl winning drive for Jalen Milroe was not a fun drive for those Alabama fans. And, of course, 4th and forever, and Milroe throws it to Isaiah Bond. That kept the Alabama season alive, beating Auburn. And now, look at where Alabama's at. They are in the college football playoff. So, So here we go. Jalen Milrose out there at quarterback. He will hand it off to Roydell Williams, who has stuffed the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go for Alabama. And good defense right there by Michigan. Michigan stuffed the inside. And so now you got 2nd and 11 for Alabama. Going to be very interesting to see what they are going to do on this play. They've got Milroe, sends a couple men in motion. He's now going to be all by himself in the backfield. Kendrick Law was in the running back position a second ago. But here's a throw and nowhere to be found. He was looking for Kendrick Law, but nothing there. Kendrick Law didn't even look back for the football. Now it's 3rd and 11, and just a bad play if you are Alabama. Kendrick Law didn't even look back for the ball. And it's a miscommunication as Milroe thought that he would turn around and look for the ball, and Law was just trying to cut up field. But here we go, 3rd and 11 for the Alabama Crimson Tide, running back to the right of Milroe. Here is Milroe looking to throw, and he's going to step up from the pressure. He's going to take off and run. Milroe slips, and he's about 2 yards short, and now it's going to be interesting as Alabama will have to punt here. And that was a disappointing drive for this Alabama team. And Milroe loses his footing, and it's now 4th and 3. Okay, 4th and 3 for the Tide as it's James Burnip back to punt. Samaj Morgan back to receive. Of course, he muffed his first attempt at it. So here's Burnip. And, they may possibly get a flag for running into the kicker. Haven't had nothing yet. Samaj Morgan with the fair catch, and they're not going to call anything. As Burnip is down. And that was a nasty hit. I'm shocked there was no call. And Burnip didn't even have time to land on the ground here as the Michigan defender runs right into him. That has got to be running into the kicker. I don't understand how these refs missed that. And that's Bennett running right into the leg of Burnip as he is coming down after punting that ball away. And Burnip is coming off gingerly. That is got to be an egregious miss right there. How is that not called for running into the kicker, folks? I don't understand, and I don't understand it. That is just a bad miss. But either way, it's Michigan football from about the 19-yard line, and should be Alabama ball, to be honest with you. Here we go. Here is the carry by Blake Corum. And he is going to get stuffed after a gain of about 4 yards for the Wolverines. And 2nd and 6 coming up for Michigan. As this offense looked really good on that last drive. So Alabama's got to stop them here, as that's what they are looking to do. Michigan trying to get up the field and score again. McCarthy's going to be all alone in the backfield after sending a Donovan Edwards out wide. Here's McCarthy looking, throwing. That'll be caught. First down, Michigan, as it is Samaj Morgan with the catch. And great offense right there by Michigan. And really Alabama looks rattled on that defensive side. They don't look like they're playing with a lot of intensity here so far. And also, they just look rusty. This is not a good sign for the Alabama defense because they just don't look like they are playing super inspired football. So here we go, 1st and 10 for the Wolverines. Here's the handoff to Donovan Edwards, getting outside, and he's got about 8 yards right there on that carry to be about 2nd and 2 for Michigan. And again, it just looks like Alabama's defense is not wanting to show up here early, as Terrion Arnold had the stop right there. Michigan has 58 rush yards to 27 for Alabama so far in this game. 2nd and 2 for the Wolverines. Clock is ticked under a minute for this first quarter. Man in motion, it's Roman Wilson. Here's the handoff to Mullings, and he's got a first down for the Wolverines. And a flag. The first flag of the game. We'll see what that is going to be. First flag thrown tonight. So, this may be on Michigan, possibly. So we are just waiting as the refs are talking to each other. And it's going against the offense. So it is 2nd down after that. It is a personal foul, unnecessary roughness, as Bredesen for the Wolverines just with just unnecessary roughness there. Max Bredesen with that late hit on Caleb Downs. The play was still live, so I guess it's just because Caleb Downs was still on the ground. So 2nd and 11 right here for McCarthy. He's going to take off and run, and he will be taken down after a gain of about 2 yards. Now you got 3rd and 9 for Michigan. Good defense right there by Alabama. 3rd and 9, as that was probably the final play of the first quarter. Michigan is lining up like they want to run another play. 3, 2, and they're not going to get another play off. That is the end of the first quarter. What a game. As we're going to go to the second quarter, everybody. And it's going to be 3rd down for this Michigan offense. So when we return, 3rd down for Michigan. All right, we are back, and Michigan is short of the first down. Samaj Morgan gets thrown down by Kool-Aid McKinstry. 4th and 2 for the Wolverines. Nice throw over the middle. Terrion Arnold tried to stop the catch, but it's Kool-Aid McKinstry finally getting Morgan to the ground. So here is the punt for the Wolverines. Second of the game for Tommy Doman. There's the kick. It is away. And a fair catch by Caleb Downs for Alabama. So the Tide will be coming out. Cookie. Gotta say, this cookie's really good, folks. So here we go. It's Milroe and the Alabama offense. 14-11 to go in the second quarter. So, here we go. Milroe's got a running back to his right. Sends him in motion. Milroe looking to throw. Now a lot of pressure. He's taken down. And Barrett is in there to get Milroe down to the ground and just, like the offensive line just breaks down right there and just Milroe is taken down. And if you're Alabama, this is not a good way to start the game. And no one accounts for Barrett. And so Alabama struggling here early in this game. Here we go. Milroe all alone in the backfield. 2nd and 18. Milroe looking to throw. Pressure again. Taken down. And that is just crazy good defense right there by Michigan. And Alabama is just struggling. As Milroe, he just doesn't have a lot of time to throw the ball, and that offensive line is having a tough time dealing with that Michigan defense. 3rd and 23. Let's see what Alabama can possibly do right here. Clock is ticking. 12:45 to go. Here's Milroe. Gonna run it. Gonna take off, and he picks up maybe half of it back, but that's going to be 4th down for Alabama. And in a game where Alabama's offense has struggled, they had one good drive, and that was off of a muffed punt. And now Michigan will be able to get the football back and possibly add to their lead. And of course, Saban is not happy with his team so far in this game. So here we go. Burnup back out there. There's the punt, and a nice punt right there by Burnup, as there is the fair catch by Samaj Morgan for Michigan. And so here comes the Michigan offense that is now starting to look a lot better than what Alabama's offense has done so far in this game, I would say. So, got this cookie still. I'm going to finish eating. So, comment below what you think Alabama may do for Alabama's defense may do on this drive, and what Michigan's offense is going to do on this drive. So I'd like to see what you think. But so far, a little recap of what we've been seeing so far. Just a game where you're tied at 7. Alabama's offense had to have a muffed punt to be able to get in scoring position to be able to possibly even have a chance to score. Had it not been for that muffed punt, who knows? It would have been. It could be a very different game so far, but it's 7-7, and part of what I said earlier about it's going to be a defensive football game, and I wouldn't be shocked if it's 17-14. It's starting like the first few minutes of the game, it felt like it was going to be a barn burner. But now, these last few minutes, I mean, I'm being honest. I think this is still a defensive football game. So, we're going to see. And a lot of it, though, both defenses, just a lot of missed assignments that is going on. And so, interesting comment right there. Either way, we are awaiting the game to go back from commercial break. So, here we go, as Michigan's offense should be coming back out. So here we go. As this right here, taking the snap, is a run play right here, but that is Alex Orji, the fourth-string quarterback, getting a chance to come into the game. Little design run for Orji. 2nd down and 6 for Michigan. Of course, the Wolverines on the move at about the 33-yard line. McCarthy takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looking to throw. He's going to throw it deep and overshot his man. Overshot him. That, if you're an Alabama defender, that was a lucky miss. Terrion Arnold got right behind Cornelius Johnson. Johnson could have had a chance. But that pass was a little too high for Johnson. So now it's 3rd and 6 for the Wolverines. Here we go. Roman Wilson in motion for the Wolverines. Donovan Edwards is back there with McCarthy. McCarthy looking to throw. Going to throw it out wide and incomplete. Looking for Roman Wilson. Incomplete. Alabama gets a stop. It is 4th and 6, and Alabama's going to get the football back. And let's see what Alabama's offense could possibly do on this drive coming up as we still await this punt. So just not a great drive right there for Michigan, as Tommy Doman will come right back out for the Wolverines. And he's had 2 punts so far. He had along a 37, as there is the punt right there for Doman. And that one will be a fair catch for Caleb Downs at about the 30-yard line. So now, Milroe and the Alabama offense will come back out. And it's going to be interesting because Milroe has struggled in this game here so far. So, and a lot of it has to do with he just does not have a lot of time to sit in the pocket and find anywhere to throw it. So, what I would be looking for is Alabama. They need to go back to the run game. That is my opinion. I think they need to go back to the run game and find some way to just to establish the run game, because I feel like there's just been a lot of like trying to make Milroe drop back and pass here these last couple drives. I think for Alabama what they need to do is they need to simplify it for him and just be like, here, hand the ball off. Let's see what our running backs can do. and get a little bit of momentum going for that Alabama side. I think that's what they need to do. And if you're Michigan, just keep doing what you're doing on defense because you are rattling this Alabama offense all day. So, very interesting here so far that Alabama struggling a little bit on this offense. So, 7-7 so far as we await the national broadcast to come back. Always takes them forever and ever before they ever come back. So, we will see. So, right now, let's go to a short commercial break and we'll be back. All right, everybody, welcome back to the action. 7-all so far. As this Michigan defense has really gotten to this Alabama offense here early. Just not a lot going on for this Alabama offense that's positive, other than that 34-yard touchdown for Jase McClellan. And so, it's been a rough game for Jalen Milroe. He's been sacked 42 times this season. That is most by an Alabama quarterback in a while. So, Milroe got a man to his left in the backfield as his running back, and he'll hand it to him. That's Jase McClellan, who will get 3 or 4 yards right there. So, like I said, just go back to the run game and just give the team a little bit of confidence and just run the ball. Just say, hey, just take a breath. It's okay. Just run the ball. So 2nd and 7 now, McClellan after 3 yards. And so Tommy Rees has done a really good job, I think, this season of adapting to the players that he's been given. So Alabama's been 3 and out on 3 of their 4 drives so far tonight. So 2nd and 7 for Alabama. Milroe hands it off to McClellan, who's going to be dropped behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of about 2 yards. So now you're going to have a 3rd and 9. This is most likely a throwing down for Alabama, and they've just really been struggling here so far tonight. And 3rd and 9. This is going to be interesting, folks, because, like I said, Alabama has gone 3 and out on every drive but the short field they were given off of the muffed punt. So Milroe's going to be all alone in the backfield. And now we have a timeout. Michigan is going to take a timeout right here. So, national broadcast, of course, is going to another commercial break, as they always do, trying to make us wait and see what happens. But, interesting game here so far. It's going to be interesting. What could we see with this play? Milroe, I'm going to be interested because Jalen Milroe has been rattled, I think, throughout most of this game. So I'm interested to see how he responds on this play right here. And so, very interesting. 7-7 is your score so far, as Alabama's got a 3rd and 9. They need, if you're Alabama, you need to get this because you're in a dire situation right here, I think, because you don't, there's a possibility Michigan could go down and score, and that could really blow this game open if you're a Michigan fan. And so if you're an Alabama fan, you really want to get something going right here on this 3rd and 9. And so you can't be going 3 and out all game and expect to win the game. Gonna be interesting though. So it's been a fun one here so far though in Pasadena, California. Seven all. So, of course, right now they are still in commercial break. Such a long commercial break, folks. I'm telling you. Of course, we'll be here for Washington and Texas as well. So, going to be very interesting. As at halftime, we will pull the bracket back up for you so that you can kind of get an idea of what the bracket looks like. So, here we go. Alabama's got a 3rd and 9 from the 31-yard line. They need to get to the 40. Man in motion, it's Kendrick Law. Here's Jalen Milroe. Designed run. Trying to get around, and there is just nowhere to go for him. He's taken down right at the line of scrimmage, and Sanders still for Michigan. And again, a 3 and out for the Tide. This is not a good sign if you're Alabama. And Milroe, just not. That is just not great right there. Michigan definitely has done their homework. And here is James Burnip. 4th punt of the game for Burnip. And here's the punt. He sends that away. And that one as Morgan will let that bounce. And it's bouncing around in an Alabama favor. And so, here we go. 1st and 10 for this Michigan offense. And so, best win percentage as a starting quarterback, Michigan quarterback J.J. McCarthy is 25-1. That is 4th behind Jameis Winston, Chuck Ealy, and Jimmy Harris. So, he has done a great job for the Michigan Wolverines. So far in this game, he's 6 of 11, 46 yards and a touchdown. He's ran the ball 2 times himself for 9 yards. So here we go. McCarthy will hand it off to Blake Corum. Corum gets a few yards right there as this Alabama defense has really struggled so far in this game. 2nd down and a very short yardage to get if you are Michigan. 2nd and 2 for the Wolverines. And Michigan has just really, I think, dominated this game so far, other than that muffed punt and allowing the touchdown from Alabama. Total yards, Michigan's got 124 to 39 of Alabama. That is not cutting it. Here is another run for Corum. 1st down for the Wolverines. And so Alabama's offense hasn't done a lot, but then their defense as well is really struggling, folks. As Corum, just finds a lane and just goes through it. Blake Corum, nice run, and really, another first down for the Wolverines. They have 6 first downs. Alabama's got 2. 7 minutes to go in the second quarter. McCarthy's got Corum behind him. Hands it off. And that'll only be about 2 or 3 yards right there for Corum. And Corum will come off after that run. A nice run for him. So, of course, Corum has had a good game. I would say he's had a pretty good game so far. 2nd and 8 for the Wolverines. 6.5 minutes to go before halftime. Man in motion for Michigan. Here is McCarthy. Fakes the pitch. Now throw it over the middle. That's caught. And that is Colston Loveland with the catch for the Wolverines. First down. And Michigan is just driving down the field at ease. Just a great throw by J.J. McCarthy. Like a really good throw over the middle. Really nice throw. Puts it right where Loveland needed it. And so, great play right there. As here's the pitch back for McCarthy. And it's a throwback by Donovan Edwards. And now McCarthy going to throw it again. That'll be caught by Roman Wilson. What a play. And now McCarthy is hurt. And they're looking for a flag for a late hit on the quarterback. What a play. That was a very interesting play call right there. You got the pitch back to Donovan Edwards. He throws it back to J.J. McCarthy. And then they all forget about Roman Wilson on that defensive side for Alabama. And Roman Wilson just burns them right there. An incredible play, and they're looking for a late hit on Dallas Turner, which, to be honest with you, I don't think that's much. There's, good no call. As here's the run from Corum as he's going to be met right at the line of scrimmage. And so, a very incredible play right there as McCarthy just had to. That was just a bad throw by Donovan Edwards, to be honest with you. And the fact McCarthy got rid of that is incredible. 2nd and 10. Here's McCarthy. Hand off to Edwards. And Edwards will be stuffed at the line of scrimmage. Good stop by Alabama. And so 3rd down and 10 to go. As here is a chance for Alabama's offense to get off the field. Their defense has been out there for a long time. Michigan's 0 of 4 on 3rd downs here so far today. McCarthy he's going to take the snap. Looking, going to throw, that's caught. First down, Michigan, and a lot more down the sideline. That is a touchdown. Michigan has taken the lead. Tyler Morris with a touchdown for the Wolverines, 38 yards, and he is in. And Alabama, their defense, has not looked good. And Michigan is just showing you why they are ranked number 1 in the country. Nice way for Morris to stay in bounds. And incredible way to get that touchdown. Stretching it over the goal line. Great touchdown for Morris. And Michigan has taken the lead. There's a reason why they were ranked number 1 in the country coming into this college football playoff, and it's a bad snap on the extra point, and that is going to be no points for anybody, as that was a bad snap. Wild snap right there by the long snapper, and now it's going to be 13-7 instead of 14-7, and that definitely is not what Michigan was wanting. But 13-7 here in this game. Let's take a commercial break and we'll be right back. Alright, everybody. Coming up at halftime, I will be here to talk about what I've seen so far in this game. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about Texas and Washington. And then, of course, we will, show you the bracket at halftime. See how things are looking. Of course, during this playoff, we showed the bracket during the pregame. We'll show it at halftime. And then, of course, in between games, we will show it again with the updated version of what is going on. Of course, we have a lot of football left to play here in Pasadena. And so anything can happen at this moment. So a lot of football still to be played. Alabama down 13-7. Like I said a minute ago, the extra point is no good. It was a bad snap by the long snapper for Michigan Wolverines. So we will see if that possibly could be a big missed point from Michigan. 13-7, 3:49 to go until halftime. So Alabama so far, defense has looked really rusty, just missing assignments. It's ridiculous to think about all the missed assignments Alabama's had so far, and it's only 13-7. Alabama, and Saban, of course, is talking to his defense, but Alabama's defense has got to get going. But none other also, their offense has got to get going. Their defense has been out there a long time, too. So, here we go. As here is a return on the kickoff by Kendrick Law, and he is going to be dropped at about the 15-yard line. And that was a big stop right there on that kick return. So now Alabama has a long way to go, and they have been struggling on offense all game long. As they show that touchdown once again. Incredible touchdown for them. So Saban very frustrated with his defense here today. It's only 13-7 though, which is crazy to think about. But here we go. Jalen Milroe's got his running back to his right. He fakes the handoff. Milroe running out to his right. Going to throw it. That'll be caught! But was he out of bounds? It's a catch. Isaiah Bond is right there for that catch. Incredible throw. That is probably what Milroe was needing the most. He finds his lucky man, Isaiah Bond. Nice throw from Jalen Milroe. And Isaiah Bond with the catch. Incredible throw. Clock is running. That, I believe, that may be the first completion for Jalen Milroe in this game. Here's the fake. Milroe looking to throw. Going deep. Down the field. And yeah, incomplete. He was looking for Jermaine Burton. That ball was thrown out of bounds, and Burton had no chance. Plus, good defense right there from Michigan. That is Johnson on the coverage. Burton never really had a chance for that ball. So, 2nd and 10 for Alabama. From the 45-yard line, Milroe sends Burton in motion. Here's the snap. Fakes the handoff to McClellan. Now a throw out to Burton. And Burton will get out of bounds before. And that'll be about 7 yards, I believe. So it's going to be a 3rd down and short for Alabama. This is a pretty good drive if you're Alabama so far. 3rd and 4 for the Tide. They are 1 of 5 on 3rd downs here today. So 3rd and 4 for Alabama. Clock is ticking. 2.5 minutes before halftime. Calling out some signals. Got a man behind him. That is Jace McClellan. Here's the handoff. McClellan. 1st down, Alabama. And they are now cooking on offense here for at least a moment. They are. And a nice pickup for McClellan. And Milroe getting a little bit of confidence. So he must have had a talk on the sideline with one of his coaches, getting a little bit more confidence coming. And so 1st and 10 for Alabama from about the 44-yard line. And we got 2 men in motion as now we got a flag. There is a flag on the field, so let's see what this is going to be. And it's a false start for Alabama. Seth McLaughlin with the false start, and that is not what Alabama needed. That's a 5-yard penalty. 1st and 15 for the Tide. Clock is moving. 1.5 minutes to go before halftime. Here we go. 2 men in the backfield with Milroe. Fakes the handoff. Milroe looking, throwing deep. Got a man and incomplete. He was looking for Kendrick Law. 2nd and 15 for Alabama. So they again tried to go deep. Nothing going down there. And that is the bread and butter of Jalen Milroe, is when in doubt, look for the deep shot. And it's just not been there. It just has not been there for Alabama here today. And really, Kendrick Law was having to be the defender on that play. 2nd and 15, 1 minute 16 to go before halftime. Michigan really has a lot of the momentum in this game, up 13-7. Milroe takes the snap. Looking to throw. Pressure. He's going to run with it. And he's got the 1st down. But he dropped the ball after he was down. He dropped the ball after being down. So now, 1 minute 7 to go. Clock stops so that they can reset the chains on that 1st down. Milroe, great awareness, knowing he doesn't have anywhere to go with the ball. Just tuck it and run. Get the 1st down. Great job by Milroe. Here's the pass. Looking. That'll be caught. That's Amari Nyblack. And that was a good gain right there. It'll be 2nd down for Nyblack. Second and 5 for Alabama, as right now Clock is stopped. Alabama calls their first timeout of the half. As Alabama, fun start to this game so far. 13-7, Michigan with the lead. As we are nearing halftime, Alabama's driving, trying to score. Also, don't forget, Alabama does start with the football in the second half. So, if they can score here and then possibly score to open the second half, that will be a huge momentum swing for Alabama. So, 2nd and 5, 49 seconds to go before halftime in what has been a fun Rose Bowl so far. Michigan, although, has been the more dominant team so far in this game. Alabama has made enough plays on defense here in this first half to keep themselves in this game. 13-7 is your score right now with 49 seconds to go before halftime. Milroe throwing. That's Isaiah Bond. He'll be dropped after a gain of about a yard or two. And the clock continues to move. 3rd down. Kind of shocked Alabama has not decided to call a timeout here. It's 3rd down and 3 to go. Here is Milroe. Takes the snap. Looking to throw. Got pressure and taken down. 23 seconds to go in the second quarter. 4th and 11. And just not a good play right there. As it looks like Saban may just wait and call timeout and just get a field goal here. But Milroe never sees any of this pressure coming for him. And it's more with the sack. And this is just great defense from Michigan here so far. As there is a stoppage in play with 8 seconds. So, okay, Michigan took their second timeout. So, Alabama most likely will send Will Reichard out and see if they can add 3 points to the scoreboard. Down 13-7. Going to try most likely to make it 13-10. And Michigan, they've played a great game here so far. So 4th and 10 actually. 14 seconds to go actually. They've adjusted that. So Will Reichard will come out. He's the SEC Special Teams Player of the Year. This is a 50-yard attempt. 50 yards. Here's a snap. Reichard. It is up. It is good. Alabama has cut the lead to 3. It is 13-10 right here before halftime. There's still 7 seconds, so there's still time for Michigan to go down and get some kind of points for themselves if they want to, but they may just opt to just take a knee and go to halftime, most likely. But we will see. But 13-10 in the favor of Michigan. Alabama, like I said, will get the ball to start the second half. And Milroe, just a lack of, he just looks like he's been rattled. And so, going to see if they will work with him on that. As here's a kickoff from Reichard. And that one will go for a touchback. 7 seconds until halftime. So, 13-10. Michigan with the lead, and 7 seconds to go. Most likely they'll come out, take a knee, and go to the break, as that is what they're going to do. McCarthy takes the snap, and there is the knee. We are going to halftime, everyone. It is 13-10 Michigan, and still a lot of football to be played. Alabama gets the second half kickoff, and Michigan has been the better team this half. That's all I can say. So, we'll go to commercial break, and then the halftime show will begin. Alright, everybody, welcome to halftime. And as you can see, I took the scoreboard away for right now. But I'm going to update our graphic right here with the bracket of what the playoff looks like. And so that'll give you context to what the field looks like. Alright, so let's go to our playoff bracket right here. This is what it looks like. Michigan and Alabama playing right now. Michigan has a 13-10 lead at halftime. And then you look at the other game coming up tonight, Washington and Texas. That is at 7:45 here on the network, here on Saber Broadcast Network. It could be later depending on how long Alabama and Texas runs for. Now, one of the big differences in this game today is that Michigan missed an extra point, so that, who knows, that could come vital in the remainder of today's game. And so 13-10 is your score at halftime, and I gotta say, this has been a performance that I think if you are a Michigan fan, this is what you've wanted to see. I think that your defense has played awfully well. And your offense, if you're a Michigan fan, you got to be happy with what you've seen. I think J.J. McCarthy's come out and played with a lot of confidence. I think Blake Corum has ran the ball really well today. And I think that if you look at the breakdowns in Alabama's defense, it's just a lot of issues that they're having. Like, they're missing assignments, they're missing different spots they need to be in. And when you talk about Alabama's offense, really the thing is Milroe and there's been five or six sacks so far for Milroe's been taken down. So here's the big thing in this game so far is that Milroe, he's either holding on to it way too long and not trying to look to get rid of the ball, or he's sitting, he has no time because his offensive line, there's just no time for him to sit there and actually throw the ball. And so the offensive line could be better. I don't think that's the full issue, though. I think Milroe is being very indecisive here in this game. I think for Alabama fans, I think what they're looking at is Milroe is not living up to the moment, and who knows, maybe they're thinking that the spotlight is too much for Milroe. And so, it's just been a rocky first half for the Crimson Tide. Really, if I'm a Michigan fan, I'm feeling great right now. We're up 13-10 on the Alabama Crimson Tide in the Rose Bowl. We haven't won a game in the playoff yet, and if we can do it in the final 4-team playoff, then hey, this is a good matchup for Michigan. Um, and then of course later tonight is Washington and Texas. Gonna be an interesting game. You got Michael Penix and that Washington offense that's played really good football all season long, and then you got this Texas team who just played good football. Gonna be a very interesting game offensively. I think it's the most likely to get a shootout. This game, even though it's 13-10 with Alabama and Michigan, I don't think it's the one that's going to be a shootout like Texas and Washington is. Texas and Washington, I could see being a just barn burner of a game. So look for both offenses to play really good in our next matchup. Big thing is, I think if you're looking for a way for a team to win, I think that you got to look at the fact of I think that Texas defense I think they can make more plays in this game. That's just my opinion. We will see a little bit later tonight. So, Texas and Washington, that's later tonight. Alabama, Michigan is currently going on. And with that, let's go to a commercial break and we'll be right back. Alright, everybody, welcome back. It is still halftime in Pasadena, California, as the Tide are down 13-10 to the Michigan Wolverines in what has been a game that seems like Michigan has controlled from the get-go. Or let me say this. After Alabama scored that touchdown off the muffed punt, it's been all Michigan from there. 13-10 though. I mean, Alabama is lucky to be this close, to be honest with you. And it is interesting because still it's just hard to think about. Alabama has just struggled. And it's going to be interesting to see whether or not these what does Alabama do to adjust in the second half, and then what does Michigan do to continue having that success? So, going to be very interesting to see. So, of course, we are awaiting the beginning of the second half as Alabama and Michigan, Rose Bowl. Great game, though. So, of course, we have the long wait. Comment below what you thought about the game, because you know, want to get your opinions on what you've thought so far of this game, and so go ahead, put in the chat what you've thought so far of today's game. It's been a very interesting one for sure. Of course, tonight, also give your predictions for Washington, Texas, because that's coming up right after this game, right here on Saber Broadcast Network. So, of course, right now, we are still awaiting the still waiting to get to the second half. Long halftime, as we are still about 2 hours away from kickoff in New Orleans, as they're showing on national broadcast. That'll be a fun one to see. So, of course, that'll be Texas and Washington tonight. So, of course, one of the big plays of the game was that 38-yard touchdown from McCarthy to Tyler Morris. That was a huge play, and that changed a lot of the outlook of this game. So, still waiting for halftime to end. With that, let's just take another commercial break, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back here at halftime of the Rose Bowl. Still have a few minutes before the game returns. And so, what do I think needs to happen for either team to get the win tonight? So, number one, we'll start with Michigan. I think they just got to continue playing good offense and really just, controlling Jalen Milroe. As long as they can do that, I think they will win this game. I think if you're Alabama, the big thing is that I don't think they've played their best game. I mean, that's truthfully true because Alabama, this has just been a poor performance from them. And I think that, and it really goes back to how these teams look a lot of the time during the first week, is that they look like they don't look good when they come out to begin the game, and it's just rusty, poor tackling, a lot of assignment misses, and so I think if you are Alabama, you have a lot of things to clean up, but I think if you clean that up at halftime, I think this game is going to be very interesting, and it should be. Alabama gets the ball to start the second half, so I mean that's going to be big because they need to come out and score on the beginning of the first half. Now, if you are Michigan, you just want to continue, like I said, you want to continue to give a lot of trouble to Jalen Milroe. If you can just continue to rattle him, then I think Michigan will have the game that way. So, well, folks, we are about to see the second half and see who will advance to play either Washington or Texas for the College Football Playoff National Championship. It's going to be fun, folks. A whole lot of fun. Because our night, it's just started. We are only partially through our night here. Because we still have the Washington-Texas game to give to y'all. So, I mean, a lot of fun, folks. Got a lot of fun coming for you. So, you don't want to tune away. You want to stay here. So currently we are still awaiting the commercial break, and we're going to take one with them. We'll be right back. All right, everybody. It is time to see who will play for a national championship next Monday night at 6:30. Michigan currently holds the lead 13-10. What a game we are witnessing right now. Alabama, Michigan, 13-10, Wolverines with the lead. As this has been a good game. Other than the fact of it's felt like a one-sided game that's close. So that is something that you don't see all the time. But here we are. Michigan's going to kick it away. Alabama will have the football to begin the second half. That is going to be huge to see if Alabama can possibly put something together and see what they can do here. So here we go. Second half kickoff. Alabama will have the football. Here is the kick. And Alabama will let that one go. And here's Kendrick Law. And he is getting nowhere. A terrible run back. Michigan just knew where to be at the right time. And so now going to be very interesting because Milroe has had a lot of pressure here tonight. So how does he respond here in the next few minutes? They need a good drive here. So here we go. Milroe has got his running back to his right. And a running back to his left. Sends a man in motion. That's Dupree. Here's the fake handoff, and it's a throw to J.M. Miller. And that goes for about 2 yards. That'll be it for the Tide. Going to be second down and about 8 to go for Alabama. So a nice little short dump off for Milroe. Kind of just, start establishing the short passes to begin with here in this half. And then work your way down the field, it looks like, is what Tommy Rees is going to try to do with Milroe. Milroe got 2 men in the backfield with him. Here is the snap, handoff. That is J.M. Miller, I believe. No, I think that's Justice Haynes, first down, Alabama. And wait, let me make sure I know. Yes, Justice Haynes, the freshman, he carries it for the first down. Nice running right there for Justice Haynes. So first down, nice run up the gut. And now Alabama, nice couple of plays here to begin the second half. Another fake handoff to Justice Haynes. Milroe looking, time in the pocket, now having to get away from the pressure. That one is incomplete. He was looking for Isaiah Bond. And it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Crimson Tide as he had time. And let's just watch and see the replay. And just nothing really there. And Milroe just has to get rid of the ball in the direction of Isaiah Bond. 2nd and 10 for the Tide as 13:36 is what we have to go in the third quarter. Sends a man to motion. Milroe still has a man behind him to the left. As Justice Haynes, the running back. Here's the snap. Handoff to Haynes. Haynes gets the outside edge, and another first down, Alabama. Nice running by Justice Haynes. And just like in previous playoff semifinal games and national championships that Saban has coached in, he finds a way to bring a spark to the team, and that is Justice Haynes right now. And actually, it looks like he may have either lost a shoe or his ankle's hurt, something. Either way, he's on the sideline. And so here we go, man to motion for the Tide. Here is Jason McClellan, was behind him. Here's a throw to Isaiah Bond, and that'll be for about 9 yards. And Alabama here in the second half, a lot smoother offense. It's flowing a whole lot better for Alabama here in the second half. So far, the second half on this drive. A good starting drive, though. 2nd and 2. Jalen Milroe's got a man behind him. It's a handoff to Jace McClellan. McClellan looking for the outside. He's got the first down and a little bit more. Great running there by Jace McClellan for Alabama. And they look like they've got some momentum here. They have adjusted, it looks like, to what they feel is going to be their best way to win. And that is, and like I've been saying, running the ball. So, here we go. 1st and 10, Alabama. Alabama outscoring opponents 120-51 in the third quarter this season. Milroe, bad snap, as he's just got to jump on it. Just a bad snap from Seth McLaughlin. That is not the first time that has happened this season. And just bad timing on the snap. And Milroe just had to jump on it. So 2nd and 23 for the Crimson Tide. Milroe, another bad snap. He has to just take it, and he's going to be dropped behind the line again. That was on Milroe. And Milroe bobbled that around in his hands. Now it's 3rd and 29. And Alabama, you thought you had a good drive going, and now you're at 3rd and 29. Let's see what they can do. This is going to be a long way to go. Here's Milroe just going to hand it off to Jace McClellan, who's going to get a few yards back and not a lot going. So what looked like a promising drive ruined by just some stupid mistakes. And that'll be 4th down for Alabama. And 4th and 22. And Alabama. That was a bad sequence right there. And now it's James Burnip back to punt. Samaj Morgan is back to receive the punt. And he's going to take a shot at returning this one. And he ain't going very far. Good stop on that Alabama special teams. As Michigan will have the football for the first time in the second half when we return. All right, everybody, welcome back. 13-10 here is Michigan. It is a run for Blake Corum, and he'll be stopped behind the line of scrimmage right there. Good defense from Alabama. As right now, I got to say, Alabama's offense, I think the way to go, because it looks like they've had a lot of success, run the ball. If they would run the ball, Alabama could have a lot of success, folks. And so you look at Michigan, they look like they're calm and collected, whereas Alabama looks like they're scrambling. Here we go. Here's Donovan Edwards with the carry, and not much going right there. Good defense from Alabama. And so now you got a third and a little bit to go here for Michigan. Be interesting to see what Michigan wants to do. 3rd and 8 now. Up 13-10. So they, on the season, are 47%. Today they are 1 of 5 on 3rd downs. So here we go, Alabama. 3rd and 9. Here's McCarthy. McCarthy rolling. Looking. Gonna throw that one. So they called it incomplete, and he was out of bounds. So Alabama's going to get the football back. So let's see. That is very close. Is his toe down? Oh. Cornelius Johnson may have been out in bounds by the tip of his toes. And they may review this. I mean, McCarthy, incredible throw to Cornelius Johnson. But this is really close. And they are reviewing it to see if it's... Right now, it's an incomplete pass. Going to be interesting to see if they overturn this. For Alabama, you definitely don't want this to be overturned. But then, if you're Michigan and any other person who does not have any ties to either Alabama or Michigan, this is possibly a completed pass. So here we go. Okay, so the call has been reversed. Michigan 1st down right here, so Michigan will continue to drive. And so it's about the same spot where McCarthy nearly threw the interception earlier in the game. So 1st and 10, Michigan right here. McCarthy sends a couple men in motion. Corum now to the left of McCarthy. Another man in motion, that's Samaj Morgan. Corum with the run, and not a lot up the middle. He still gets about 2 or 3 yards anyway. And now Orji is back in at quarterback. Alex Orji is back in. Most likely more of a designed quarterback play. 2nd and 7 here for Michigan. So, very interesting game. Michigan has felt like they've controlled most of this game. But here's Alex Orji. Takes a snap. He's looking to throw. Now being pressured, he'll be knocked out of bounds. About a loss of 3 right there, and not a great play call right there for Michigan as Alabama gets a stop right there. It's going to be 3rd and long for the Wolverines. And Alabama, I like the way that they get the pressure, continue the pressure on Orji, and force him out of bounds. So 3rd and 9 now for this Michigan offense. On 3rd downs, Michigan's 2 of 6, Alabama's 2 of 8. Man in motion for McCarthy and the Wolverines. McCarthy throwing, and it's catch, but his receiver, number 8, Tyler Morris, falls down on the route. So it's going to be 4th down, and Michigan's going to punt. And that's an unfortunate slip by Tyler Morris. Had he stayed up, that could have been a big-time play for the Michigan Wolverines. And now they are having to punt it back to Alabama. So it's going to be interesting here. Tommy Doman is the punter for Michigan. Caleb Downs is the returner for Alabama. There's Doman with the punt. And a fair catch for Caleb Downs at about the 20-yard line. So now, let's see what Alabama can do here on offense. As it looked promising with the run game earlier when they began the second half, but then they went away from it, tried to throw the ball, and Milroe just struggled at that point. So let's see what can happen here. So let's go to commercial break and we'll be back. All right, here we go. We are back to the Rose Bowl. And very interesting game so far. As we still await to see just like how this game ends. Of course, both of these teams fighting for that chance to play in Houston a week from tonight. So, and who they will play, we will see later tonight. So here we go. Jalen Milroe, Alabama's up to 21. Here is the handoff to Jace McClellan. And that'll pick up about 3 yards right there. Good run for Jace McClellan. And so, Alabama, nice run right there. 2nd and 8. So here we go. Here's Milroe handing it off again to Jace McClellan. And it's another 3 or 4 yards right there on that carry for McClellan. So Alabama, as you know, as I said on that previous drive, the run game is starting to get going right here. The the passing game really hasn't been there. Michigan's done a good job of taking that away from Milroe. So I think what Alabama needs to do is just keep it on the ground for a little bit and see what they can do. But right here, Milroe's all by himself. But he sends a man in motion, which is Jam Miller, to get to his right. Milroe going to take the snap, going to throw it. Oh my gosh, what a bad pass. And Milroe, just a bad pass. And that right there, if there's a moment in this game that could potentially just tell you how this game's been, that pass right there for Jalen Milroe. That was a short little pass, easy completion if you throw it right. And he just a bad pass by Jalen Milroe. And now Alabama's having to punt. 4th and 4. Just a bad sequence right there. Burn up with the punt. And that'll be a fair catch by Morgan, but he's just going to let this go to about the 11-yard line. So now, if you're Michigan, you got to have a lot of confidence knowing that you've got Milroe rattled on that other sideline. Be right back. All right, here we go. It'll be Michigan football, and we will see what they can do from the 11-yard line. J.J. McCarthy's got a man to his left, and now moves him to his right. That's Blake Corum. Here's McCarthy looking, throwing. That one is batted up in the air. And incomplete. Good defense from Alabama on that one. And McCarthy looking for Barner, and it's just tipped up in the air. And Caleb Downs, great defensive play. Kind of just disrupt that. So now It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Wolverines. McCarthy sends the man in motion. Here's McCarthy, handoff to Donovan Edwards, and there is just nothing going on the ground for Michigan right now. It's going to be 3rd down and long. So now, if you're Alabama, you can get off the your defense can get off the field and give your offense the ball, which could be very big right at this moment. Because this is a moment right here with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. You've got to start doing something on offense if you're Alabama. And for that matter, if you're Michigan, you would love to go down and add on to this lead. Here we go. A man in motion. It's Roman Wilson. Here is McCarthy, and that one's incomplete. He was looking for Samaj Morgan. 4th and 8 for Michigan, and another punt coming in this game. As now, the defenses have started to step up here in this quarter, and I got to tell you, I told you from the beginning this may be a defensive football game. And that it really is what it is. And Samaj Morgan, that just goes right through his hands. It should have been caught. That should have been caught by Samaj Morgan. His 2nd mistake of the game. But here we go. Tommy Doman back to punt for Michigan. Caleb Downs is back to return. There's the punt. And Downs will just let that one roll out of bounds. And so now Alabama has good starting field position. And so it will be big to see if Alabama can go down and score. Because if they can go down and score a touchdown here, that will be huge. Whether they get, and then if they get a field goal, then of course they get field goal, they're tied up. So very interesting here. No scoring so far here in this 3rd quarter, and it has been a lot of punting so far. So let's go to commercial break, and we will return in just a while. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Rose Bowl. As right now, we await Alabama's drive. National broadcast is coming back. Alabama is at the 45. They got good starting field position. Let's see what they want to do. Here is a fake handoff to Haynes. Milroe going to run himself. Milroe gonna lay his shoulder down and get 9. And just a great play right there by Jalen Milroe. Just uses the RPO, notices that Haynes would have been brought down, takes it off himself, gets 9 yards. Great running by Jalen Milroe. And Alabama got a 2nd and 1 here. Man in motion for Alabama. That's Kendrick Law. Here is Milroe handing it off. Haynes to the outside. First down, Alabama at about the 35 on their own side of the field. Great running there. And now Alabama is in scoring position. Just what they were looking for. And Justice Haynes, each carry he's had so far in this game has been good carries for Alabama. So Alabama's going to ride with him. Here's Milroe, faking the handoff. Milroe, got to run out of that pressure, gets away from it, running. Oh my goodness, first down Alabama. Good play by Jalen Milroe. There's a couple times I'm watching this and I'm like, oh my goodness, I think he's going to go down. A lot of pressure coming from that defensive line of Michigan. The ability for Milroe to make a play out of it and get positive yards. Incredible play. It shows his athleticism on display. Jalen Milroe got his running back behind him. Going to hand it off. It's Justice Haynes. Haynes barreling his way down. And he gets about 2 or 3 right there. Good running for Justice Haynes for Alabama. As right now, this is a pretty decent drive right here. As Milroe has to tie his shoe real quick. So Alabama has 5 wins when trailing in the second half, tied 2nd in the FBS this season. The first was Oklahoma State with 6. So Alabama is definitely a second half team. 2nd and 7 here for Alabama. Man in motion, that's Amari Niblack. McClellan to the right of Milroe. Milroe looking to throw, going to throw it. Got Isaiah Bond, first down, Alabama. And when Milroe has gotten completions, Isaiah Bond has been his guy tonight. And good catch right there by Isaiah Bond. And Alabama is pretty good, doing pretty good right now. First play in the red zone today for the Crimson Tide. Of course, as you remember, their only touchdown was a 34-yard run by Jace McClellan. Milroe sends a man to motion. Milroe takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's going to take off with it himself. And he will get out of bounds after not a lot of gain at all. He was trying to motion for Niblack to get a block, but Niblack did not get any blocks right there. So that is a reason for not picking up very much right there at all. 2nd and 10 for the Crimson Tide. 30 seconds to go in this third quarter. Michigan still has the lead, 13-10. Alabama has got to run a play here in this third quarter. Milroe's got his running back behind him. That is Jace McClellan. And now we got a flag. And we will see who that is on. And it's a false start on Alabama. So just when they get something going, they shoot themselves in the foot, as it looked like Tyler Booker was the guilty party right there as he moved. So 2nd and 15, and that will end the third quarter, everyone. That is the end of the third quarter. 13-10 Michigan. No scoring in that third quarter. Alabama has a chance to score when we return to the Rose Bowl. All right, everybody, welcome to the fourth quarter. The final 15 minutes for one of these teams, as we will see who advances to the CFP National Championship game next Monday night. Jalen Milroe has a man in motion. He's got his running back behind him. It is a fake to him. Milroe going to run. Milroe, first down and more. Incredible running right there. First and goal, Alabama. And just a great hard running right there by Jalen Milroe. And just an incredible running. Here is a handoff. McClellan, touchdown, Alabama! Alabama needed it, and they have found pay dirt. Second time this season for this game for Jase McClellan. And that is huge for the Tide. Jase McClellan runs it in for Alabama. That was 8 plays, 55 yards, 4:14 taken off the clock. Of course, that was in the third quarter, most of that. So now Will Reichard will come in to add the extra point. And that is up, and it is good for Alabama. So like I said earlier, that extra point that was messed up by Michigan, it could come into play here at the end of this game. I'm not saying that it may, but it may, if you understand what I'm saying. But Jalen Milroe, that run, that is an incredible run. That is what Alabama needed at that time. And it's Jase McClellan running it in, and Alabama takes the lead. The Rose Bowl is known for having some of the best games in the history of the sport. That is what this is shaping up to be. Jase McClellan, 2 touchdowns in this game. And they've been 2 huge touchdowns for the Crimson Tide. So now Michigan, it is their turn. And there's Reichard sending it away. And that'll be a touchback. So let's see what this Michigan offense can do now. Of course, with the missed extra point, instead of being down 3, you're now down 4. So that makes it a little bit more difficult in this quarter. Because it would be easy just to say we need to go down and get a field goal just to tie the game. But for Michigan, this is the first deficit they faced in the second half this season. So let's see what they can do here. Here we go. McCarthy takes the snap, hands it off to Blake Corum, and Alabama's there. Corum gets about 1 yard, but that is it. Alabama's defense is there to stop him. And just good defense by Alabama. This second half has been a total shift because in the first half it was all Michigan. This second half, this is an Alabama domination on defense. And that is an incredible stop for Alabama on first down. 2nd and 9 here for Michigan. McCarthy is under center. He takes the snap. Fakes the handoff. McCarthy looking to throw. He's going to be hit while throwing, and that is incomplete. 3rd and 9 for Michigan. Big time play for that Alabama defense. McCarthy was looking to throw it, and the pressure from Alabama, and I believe it's a Boygby getting in there, getting the hit on McCarthy. And that is a big-time play because now you got a 3rd and 9. That is going to be hard for Michigan to convert. All right, 3rd and 9. Man in motion for the Wolverines. Here's McCarthy. Going to roll to the right, throwing, and that's dropped by Donovan Edwards. 4th down. Alabama's going to get the football back. And Alabama can start getting the momentum here. The Bama fans are feeling good now. And Donovan Edwards just drops his pass. He looks up the field before completing the catch, and McCarthy, he knows it. 4th and 9. Tommy Doman back out to punt. Here we go. Doman, he'll send that one away. Looking for a Caleb Downs return. Not going to get it. And that one was touched. And Caleb Downs falls on it, but that was touched by Kite. And Alabama will have football up 17-13 now. And if you're Alabama, this is the time that you put your foot on the gas. You go down the field and you add on. And I think that's what Alabama's going to do. We will see what Alabama wants to do in just a moment when we return from commercial break. All right, everybody. What a game we are having in Pasadena, California. Alabama with the football. This is going to be big. Milroe takes the snap. Fakes the handoff to Justice Haynes. He's going to dump it off. That is Kobe Prentice. And another first down for the Alabama Crimson Tide, as they have really started to find their groove here in this second half. And hey, they look like the aggressors here in this second half. Clock is running from about the 46-yard line. Milroe's got two backs behind him. Sends Jam Miller in motion. Here's the handoff. No, he fakes the handoff. Milroe, and he fumbled the football. And it's Michigan ball. It is Michigan ball. And that right there is going to hurt an Alabama fan. Oh, man. And right now, seeing some technical difficulties right now. Here we go. See if I can get this fixed. Okay. There we go. We got you fixed. But Jalen Milroe dropped the ball. He fumbles the ball. And it's Michigan football. And now Michigan has got a chance to score and take the lead. That's a big turnover. Here we go. McCarthy takes the snap. Looking, throwing. That's caught by Roman Wilson. First down and a lot more. And it's McKinstry getting the stop right there, but not after getting 20-plus yards for Michigan is Roman Wilson. And just bad defense by Alabama. Here we go. McCarthy throwing out wide. And that is Johnson. That is Cornelius Johnson back to about the line of scrimmage, and that is all. So, 12 and a half minutes to go. Milroe fumbled the football, and Michigan picks it up, and that's a big play. So now both teams have turned the ball over at least once in this game. Of course, Michigan with the muffed punt earlier in this game, and now Alabama with that fumble by Milroe. That could be costly, but here we go. It's a pitch back, and McCarthy has to just jump on it. It's going to be 3rd and long for Michigan. And that, just a bad pitch back. I believe that's, Blake Corum was pitching it back to McCarthy. Just a bad pitch back. And he was rushed because he was trying to get the block. So now you got a 3rd and 17 here. Very long way to go if you are Michigan. Here we go, McCarthy. Quick throw out wide. It's Samaj Morgan, and that's just going to get them back to about a 4th and 10, and they're most likely going to send the field goal unit out. So we're going to see, but like I've been saying the last few minutes, not having the chance to kick that extra point a few minutes, back in the first half, that could be the difference in this game, folks. Incredible. So here we go, 49 yards for Michigan. Here's the snap, clean hold. Kick is up. Kick is no good. It's no good. Alabama survives that moment right there where Michigan, it was wide left. Alabama getting lucky in Pasadena here in the last half. And it hooked to the left in Michigan. This is not what they thought would happen when they recovered that fumble. Alabama football when we return. All right, everybody, welcome back. Alabama and Michigan, 17-13, Alabama with the lead here in this fourth quarter. And the play that may have ruined this drive, it was going to be a flea flicker play that was called by that Michigan offense, and just a bad pitch back by Blake Corum, and now Alabama's got the football. 1st and 10 after a field goal that went wide left. So here we go. Jalen Milroe with the snap. Hands it off to Jace McClellan. McClellan, he will get about 4 or 5 yards, and that'll be it. 2nd down for Alabama. Right now, I think Alabama is going to go more of an attack mode while also running the clock, which means run the ball. Do what's been effective in this game for you, and that is what you want. So here we go, 17-13 Alabama, under 10 minutes to go, 2nd and 6. Milroe talking to his offensive line, giving the directions. McClellan behind him. Milroe takes the snap, hands it off to McClellan. McClellan gets to the outside. And 1st down, Alabama. He stays up. Gets a lot more. He's past midfield. 1st down, Alabama. And Alabama's looking really good right here on this drive, everybody. And let me tell you, when I tell you that I thought McClellan was about to trip right here, I really thought he was about to fall. He gets help and really being drug around by the defender right there of Michigan. It helped him stay up. That's more. It helped him stay up on the ground, stay up and keep running, and he ended up getting a lot of yards right there. That's his 12th carry for 92 yards on the day for Jace McClellan. He's got the 2 touchdowns for the Tide. Here's Milroe throwing over to Jermaine Burton. Burton looking for a little bit of space, and he's only going to get about 2 yards. That's it for the Tide. 2nd down. And really, not a lot of speed from Alabama in my opinion. I think it's a lot of just take your time and get up the field. And Michigan, again, that missed field goal, not being able to kick that extra point off of just a bad snap is really hurting Michigan right now. Of course, the turnovers have been even. Both teams have turned the ball over at least once in this game. Milroe sends a man to motion. That's Isaiah Bond. He's got his running back to his right. Milroe's going to take off with it himself. Milroe, and he's going to pick up a few yards. It's going to be 3rd down and short for the Crimson Tide. 8 minutes to go, 3rd and 3. And this Rose Bowl has been one to remember, folks. Alabama is still driving, trying to go find some way to score a touchdown. Alabama 2 of 9 on 3rd down here tonight. 3rd and 3, 7:45 to go in the 4th quarter. Milroe takes a snap, hands it off to Jam Miller. Miller, 1st down, a little bit more for the Crimson Tide down to the 30-yard line. Great running right there by Jam Miller. And Alabama is knocking on the door of scoring once again. And Alabama has shut out Michigan here in the 2nd half, and they are just playing good offensive football right here. Good running by Jam Miller, and just the offensive line. I like what they're doing, but we got a flag. It's a legal substitution on Alabama's side. You don't normally see a legal substitution on the offense. I don't remember the last time I've seen that, but interesting call. So now you got Alabama out here on offense, 7-12. Clock is temporarily stopped. It is moving now, but Alabama loses 5 yards off of that. 1st and 15. Milroe sends a man in motion. Here's Milroe. Fakes the handoff. Now throwing out to Burton. And Burton will get about a yard or 2, and that is all he will get off of that pass. Clock does continue to move, and Alabama is moving the football pretty efficiently. And I like the way that he quickly made his mind up about where he was going to go with the ball. And second and 14 here. 6.5 minutes to go. Jalen Milroe got a man to his right. Sends a man to motion, which is Kobe Prentice. Here's the hand. He fakes the handoff. Little dump off pass to C.J. Dupree to the 30-yard line. So now you got 3rd and 10, and we will see what Alabama can do here. Clock does continue to move to about 6 minutes to go here in this fourth quarter. Alabama's up 17-13, and in what has been a interesting Rose Bowl. Under 6 minutes to go, 3rd and 9 for Alabama. And so Alabama 3 of 10 on 3rd down today. That's 30%. This is a 7-play, 40-yard drive. Almost nearly 5 minutes taken off the clock by Alabama. Here's Milroe. Dropping back, looking. He's going to be brought down. Michigan gets to him. And now Alabama may be forced to have to take a field goal here in this game. And that right there that's going to hurt for Alabama fans. And Jalen Milroe takes a sack. That is not what you wanted to see if you're an Alabama fan. But now you're setting Will Reichard up. A long field goal. The senior. 52 yards. Clean snap. Good hold. Reichard. It's up. It curves back in. Alabama is up a touchdown in this game. 20-13, Alabama with the lead. And now Michigan. What can you do? That is going to be the question. That one I thought was going to go wide right. It went straight on through. Beautiful kick by Will Reichard. And Alabama has a 20-13 lead. When we return. All right, everybody, welcome back. As Alabama now has a 20-13 lead here in this game. And real quickly, I'll be back on here in just a second. Hopefully, just kick me off for a second. Here we go, Reichard with the kickoff. And that one is going to be a touchback. So, here we go, 20-13, Alabama with the lead at the Rose Bowl in what has been an incredible game. As National Broadcast goes to another commercial break, folks. They sure have enough, don't they? Well, we're going to take it with them. Way back. All right, everybody. Final minutes of the Rose Bowl this year. Who will be playing for a national championship? We will see in the next 4:41. Here's McCarthy, hands it off to Blake Corum. Corum, he gets about 5 yards right there on that carry. Be second down for the Michigan Wolverines. J.J. McCarthy has one career win when trailing in the fourth quarter. That was Illinois in 2022. So, been a little bit since he had a fourth quarter win when trailing. Here we go. 2nd and 5 for Michigan. And McCarthy, the offense is getting some signals. McCarthy telling them to speed up. McCarthy takes a snap, hands it off to Blake Corum. Corum to the outside. He'll be stopped. And he gets about 2 yards right there. So it's going to be a third down and about 2 to go. So now, this is a big third down. And I bet Michigan will go for it even if they don't make this. So this is going to be big. 3rd and 2 for the Michigan Wolverines. 3.5 minutes to go in the game. McCarthy sends a man to motion. Here's the snap. Looking. Throw it over the middle. It's tipped up in the air. 4th and 2, and now Michigan most likely will go for it. And it's 4th and 2. Alabama's defense gets the tip. That's a big play from that defensive line right there. Deontay Lawson, I believe, is the one who made the play. 4th and 2. 3:19 to go in this game. This could be the ball game, folks. 4th and 2. Michigan has to have it. Corum to the right of McCarthy. McCarthy looking to throw. Corum wide open. Corum's got space to run. Corum down the sidelines. And a bunch of flags coming in. And now let's see what this is going to be. And a lot of stuff to sort out here. There was 2 flags thrown that I could see. And so let's see what this is all going to be. And if this is before the snap. Okay, so it's a block in the back. It's 1st down Michigan. And that was a big time mistake, but they still got the 1st down. So, going to be interesting here down the stretch. And again, just like in the first half, just a lot of miscommunication between Alabama's defense, and yeah, that is definitely a block in the back. You cannot shove a guy that way. 3 minutes to go. From the 50-yard line, McCarthy all alone in the backfield. Sends a man in motion. That's Corum. Corum fakes a snap to him. McCarthy's going to run. McCarthy, 1st down and a lot more. And no flags to be had. They want a flag because they think that it was a late hit on Terrion Arnold bringing down J.J. McCarthy. Good run by McCarthy, though. 1st down for Michigan. And now, if you are Michigan, you've got a chance to score this touchdown. Of course, here we go. 2.5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. McCarthy has a man in motion. He's got Corum behind him. He fakes the handoff to Corum. McCarthy looking, throwing. That one's caught by Roman Wilson. 1st down and more for Michigan. And out of bounds. Caleb Downs pushes him out of bounds. And Michigan is in the red zone. And just when they needed it, there is Roman Wilson. I thought that ball got tipped up in the air. And Roman Wilson, great athleticism to go up and get that ball. Under 2 minutes to go in this 4th quarter. Michigan looking to score their 1st and goal. What a game this is, folks. As now, and just great play right here. Okay, so the ball was tipped by Deontay Lawson. I was right. I thought it got tipped, but that's just a great catch by Roman Wilson right here. And Michigan is knocking on the door of tying the ball game potentially. And if they were to tie the ball game, then I'm telling you, this game would go to overtime, and what a game this has been. And of course, we will stay here if this game runs over. We will definitely stay here, and we will get you Texas and Washington as soon as this one is over, if this was to go to overtime. It's currently 7:17 Central Time, and the game's not supposed to kick off till 7:45 Central Time at the Sugar Bowl. So I think we're fine for right now. So a minute 45 to go in this game. McCarthy, he's got Corum to his right. He's going to hand it to Corum, and he's going to get about a yard, and that is it. Not a lot. Alabama did use the timeout a minute ago. And I think Alabama's going to use another timeout here. And so, Alabama trying to preserve the clock as much as possible if they need to go down and score themselves. 20-13, Alabama with the lead. Michigan is looking to score here. It is 2nd and goal, and Alabama has outscored Michigan 10-0 in this fourth quarter. But it's going to be interesting here because you got a minute 38 and Michigan's looking to score. What a game this has been, folks. The Rose Bowl, this has been a good Rose Bowl, folks. And it is 20-13, Alabama, and Michigan is driving, looking to score. So a minute 38 to go. This is a big play here. Alabama's defense here in the second half has done a good job of stuffing the run. Can they do it a couple more times? McCarthy fakes the handoff, throws it, Roman Wilson, touchdown, Michigan. And now they got an extra point to come. They've had a lot of special teams miscues today. Going to be interesting to see what they do here. It is 20-19. They're going to go for the extra point, it looks like. And now, if you're Alabama, you've got a minute 34. You've got time to go down and win the game. So here we go. Extra point to come. And it is up. It is good. And we are tied at the Rose Bowl at 20 apiece, folks. And now it's Alabama's turn. What can Alabama do? We are tied at 20. Alabama, it is their opportunity to play offense, and they've got a minute 34 to go. They've got a chance. And it's J.J. McCarthy to Roman Wilson for the score to tie the game. Beautiful right there by Roman Wilson. And Alabama still has the chance. That is my only thing with this number one team, Michigan, that they've left a little too much time on the clock for this Alabama team. So here we go. A minute 34, Alabama. All they got to have is a field goal. Here's that kickoff. That one will go back. And this one will just be a fair catch for Roydell Williams. And Alabama will start from the 25-yard line in what has been a very entertaining Rose Bowl, everybody. A minute 34. So let's see what Alabama can do. It's Jalen Milroe. This fourth quarter has been a good game so far. Jalen Milroe, one career win when tied or losing in the fourth quarter, I think is what it said. They just got to get into field goal range. Minute 34 to go. Milroe, and he's got his running back to his right. Here's Milroe, takes the snap. He's looking. Got a little bit of pressure. He's going to take off himself and run, and he gets about 8 or 9. Good run for Milroe. Clock is moving. A minute and 20 seconds to go. 2nd and 3 for Alabama. Jalen Milroe takes the snap. Looking, throwing, caught by Jace McClellan, and the clock has now stopped. The clock is now stopped. So now Alabama's moving the ball a little bit. Got to about the 37-yard line is where they're at right now. 1:11 to go here in this fourth quarter. Prentice in motion. Here's Milroe. Looking. Got pressure. Throwing. That is dropped. Nearly caught by Kobe Prentice. And looked like he got a little stinger right there. Jalen Milroe, a little bit of a low throw right there for him. 2nd and 10. Minute and 6 seconds to go in this game. Jalen Milroe's got his running back to his left. Milroe looking. Now throwing. That'll be incomplete. Now 3rd and 10. And now we got 1 minute and 1 second. Alabama's got a 3rd and 10. Let's see what they draw up here. And that was not the play that Alabama needed. Michigan is excited on that sideline. But Milroe's out on the field. Here is the snap. Milroe going to throw it to McClellan. McClellan short of the first down, and now it all comes down to this 4th down play. Clock is running. They've got to hurry. And now it looks like there's a timeout, and Michigan's taking a timeout here. So Michigan is taking a timeout in the effort of possibly getting the ball back in regulation. And now you got a 4th down here if you're Alabama, you got to pick it up. This is for your chance to play for a national championship. 4th and 4. This is your chance, and they're going to punt it. Alabama is going to punt this ball with 54 seconds. It's 4th and 4. Alabama is fixing to punt this ball. They are going to rely on the defense. I will say, in a game like this, it's a little shocking to see a punt, in my opinion, but Alabama's going to punt it. So now, 4th and 4, and James Burnip is getting ready to punt the ball away. So here's Burnip. He punts that ball away. And a fair catch called for, and it's muffed! It's muffed! And now, Alabama's thinking it's safety, but they're going to say at the 1-yard line is where Michigan's got to go 99 yards. 99 yards, everybody, with 44 seconds. Is Michigan going to attempt to go that far? I mean, they got to get out of the end zone to take a knee if they possibly want to have a chance. Is that a safety? That is a big mishap. Did he land is the ball in the end zone? I am shocked. There's no challenge flag thrown right there. Or wait, I don't think you could do that. Never mind. Either way, here's McCarthy in the end zone. Got to hand it to Corum. And nowhere going for if you are Corum. And folks, I think we're going to have overtime in this game. Michigan, Alabama, overtime is almost imminent. What a game. And the one question is, was that a save? Oh, Saban is taking a timeout. Nick Saban of Alabama has taken a timeout, and now Alabama is looking to play for one more play. 2nd and 9 on 1 second. So now, 2nd and 12 seconds. Okay, 12 seconds. They just updated the clock on ESPN. 2nd and 9. Michigan has the football at about the 2-yard line. Alabama punted the ball away, taking a little bit of a risk, and it may pay off, but let's wait and see. And really what I think Bama fans would have loved to have seen reviewed is if that's a safety. Because if that's a safety, that is an egregious missed call. And man, what a drop. That's just a big mishap if you are Michigan. And now Michigan's going to attempt. Okay, it's a knee, and we're going to overtime in this game. What a game, everybody. We are going to overtime in the Rose Bowl. What a game. Okay, so wait. Michigan's taking their second timeout here, but they took a knee. A confusing events right here going on. So Michigan takes a timeout. It's 2nd and I don't understand the reasoning for Michigan to take a timeout here. 2nd and 9, and I don't understand. It should be like 3rd down. Very confusing right here. And now another knee for Michigan. As I still don't fully understand what is going on here. Now it's the end of regulation. We're going to overtime. But very confusing here. Yeah, we're going to overtime, everybody. Rose Bowl overtime. You can't ask for better. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Rose Bowl. So I do want to thank all of y'all for watching so far because we still got a long night still to come, and just want to thank y'all for the comments too because it's fun getting all the nice comments here in the chat, and so a lot of fun doing this game here tonight. 20-20, we're going to overtime. And that last sequence, I will be honest with you, I am very confused why the timeouts were used by the head coaches, unless it was just for strategizing wise, it still just doesn't. It makes me scratch my head a little bit about why they went, why the timeouts right there. Just let the clock go out and go to overtime. I would have thought, but here we are. And as you know, the Washington and Texas is playing later tonight. We'll have that here on the channel. But, of course, this game takes precedent because it's the first game. And, quite frankly, this is a great game. So, don't want to quit commentating on it quite yet. Michigan and Alabama is your game, though. It is tied at 20. We are in overtime. What a game this has been. And the only thing I will say is that whoever wins this is going to give either Washington or Texas a hard time in that national championship game a week from tonight, which we will have here on the channel because college football is what we do here. So 20-20. So let's see how this goes. So overtime records, Alabama 7-9. Their last time it was a loss to LSU. Michigan is 13-3. Their last time was in 2020. It was a win against Rutgers. So here we go. It is going to be Michigan football to begin here in overtime. J.J. McCarthy, Blake Corum, and the Michigan Wolverines offense are out there to begin overtime. Alabama will get their shot next. It is going to be interesting to see what they do. McCarthy, he's got his running back Corum behind him, sends a man in motion. McCarthy hands it off to Blake Corum. Corum trying to get the edge. He's got some space, and that will be about 8 yards right there. It'll be second down, about 2 to go for Michigan. And not a great play if you're the Alabama defense, but if you're Michigan's offense, that was a really good play right there. Corum, nice way to find the edge and find some creases, run through it, and great playing right there by Michigan. 2nd and 2. Man in motion. Here's McCarthy. Hands off to Corum. Corum first down and more. Corum nearly is in. Touchdown Michigan. And now Alabama has got to score a touchdown to keep overtime going. 17 yards and Blake Corum is in. And Alabama, let's see if they can respond. 26-20 now, and Michigan's got to kick the extra point. 26-20 Michigan, though. So here we go. Extra points up. It is good. And it's 27-20 in the Rose Bowl. Michigan leads. Alabama will have their chance. And McCarthy, Blake Corum just finds another lane to run through. And I got to say, that is just incredible running by Blake Corum. That is why he is one of the best running backs in college football, because he has the ability to do that. Scoring a touchdown, 27-20 Michigan with the lead, as they have failed twice before in the college football playoffs the last 2 years. They are looking to right the ship here, as here is Alabama and Jalen Milroe. Down 27-20 here in overtime. Let's see what Alabama does. Milroe takes the snap. Fakes the handoff. Milroe going to throw it out wide, and that's Kendrick Law for nothing. Just back to the line of scrimmage. That is it. Second down for the Crimson Tide. So now it's 2nd and 10, and I mean, I don't know what Alabama's going to do. Alabama, I would say, needs to run the ball. You saw Michigan run it effectively. I don't understand why Alabama can't do that either, but 2nd and 9 for Alabama. Down a touchdown here in overtime. Man in motion. Here we go. Milroe. Take it off himself. Milroe got a lane. And he's down to about the 8-yard line. First down, Alabama. And that is a 1st and goal for the Tide. Milroe found his space, and he took advantage of it. Good job by that offensive line to give him some space and take off and gain the yards he needed. Now it's 1st and goal for the Crimson Tide. And these Michigan fans that made their way to Pasadena are getting loud. Milroe takes the snap, hands it off, and that's going for nothing. Michigan's defense stuffs the run game, and that's Jace McClellan. And a little bit, the snap is a little wide is what happened to kind of mess it up a little bit. 2nd and goal here for Alabama. Down 27-20. Alabama looking to get back to the national championship game. Let's see if they can make it through here. Milroe takes the snap. Handing off to McClellan. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. Back to about the 16-yard line. And now you've got a massive situation. It's 3rd and goal from very far away. And now if you're Alabama, this is going to be a difficult situation. When you were in a 4th and super long and you had to have it against Auburn, you knew you still had another game you were going to play. You were going to play for an SEC championship game. Now, this could be the end of the season. Milroe looking, end zone. No! It's caught by Burton, and he is out at about the 3-yard line. So now it's 4th and goal. You got to have 3 yards to have the touchdown, and Burton is hurt. 4th and goal for Alabama. This is the season for the Tide, and Burton is hurt. Jermaine Burton is hurt, and Alabama, they've got 1 play left. Only a few yards away is Alabama. They need 3 yards to score a touchdown. That was a nasty way to fall if you are Jermaine Burton. And fourth and goal as Burton is hurt. Michigan has the lead. It is 4th and goal. Alabama still, the medical staff still tending to Jermaine Burton. 4th and goal for Alabama. This is huge. This could determine whether Alabama continues playing this season or if Michigan has made their way to the national championship game in Houston next Monday night. It's an incredible game, though. The fact it's made to overtime is incredible. First half, it was all Michigan. It looked like Michigan was going to run away with it. They should have ran away with it, to be honest with you. And then you had Alabama, second half, to shut down Michigan. Michigan did enough to make it to overtime, and now we have one play. One play decides the fate of the Crimson Tide. One play decides if Alabama and Michigan continue playing, or if Michigan plays for the national championship. Michigan has taken a timeout, their only timeout of overtime. Of course, Alabama has a timeout for overtime. Forgot to update that. But Michigan takes their timeout. What a game this has been, folks. It is coming down to every last second. And I got to tell you, it's going to be hard for Washington and Texas to beat this. You talk about you want a good game? Well, you're getting a good game in Pasadena, California right now. 27-20, Michigan leads Alabama. 4th and goal. Jalen Milroe is the quarterback. He's got his running back, Roydell Williams, to his left. He sends a man in motion, and now I think Alabama's going to use their timeout. Alabama, Saban did not like the formation, and now Alabama takes a timeout. So now, it truly is coming down to the final play in what Alabama hopes is the first overtime. What Michigan hopes is Alabama's final play of the 2023 college football season. I got to tell you, you look back at this game, what you're going to think about is another Rose Bowl to remember. Especially you have Michigan and Alabama. 2 blue bloods of college football going at it. What a game. What a game this has been. So here we go. It comes down to one play. Jalen Milroe. 3 yards. Here's Milroe. Takes a snap. He's going to run himself. He's down! He stopped short. Michigan wins. Michigan has won the football game. And Jalen Milroe is stopped short of the line to gain. Oh my goodness. 27-20 in overtime. And the Michigan Wolverines are going to play again. And what a game. As I work to get our graphic put together. So now that I have our graphic updated, here is your national championship picture updated. Michigan is headed to Houston after taking down the Alabama Crimson Tide 27-20 in overtime. What a game. What a game. Alabama falls short. Michigan finds a way to win it in overtime. What an incredible game, everybody. Man, you couldn't ask for a better game. Michigan is now they are now going to the national championship game. This right here easily felt like a college football playoff national championship game. Well, everybody, this is not it. There's still another game. Okay? You got another game coming up. Washington and Texas. I will have it here. But let's go to commercial break, and we'll be right back. Alright, everybody. It'll be a few minutes until the beginning of Washington and Texas. I took a few minutes to get the scoreboard ready. And so, Michigan, let me update you again on what is going on. And that is your national championship picture. Michigan has taken down Alabama in overtime 27-20 in the Rose Bowl. So Michigan will play the winner of our next game, Washington and Texas, in what is going to be just a fun matchup. Just offensive football is what you can expect to come from this one. So, exciting game still to come here on Saber Broadcast Network. Of course, we've already had one good one. So now we are just waiting, as right now they're still at the Rose Bowl wrapping it up. So, guess we will have to wait and see when the Texas-Washington game will kick off. And Michigan, I will say this. Michigan, with everything going on, with the whole sign stealing scandal, and they felt like they were disrespected. What a way to come out in the college football playoff semifinals. Third time's a charm for them. They win. They're in the national championship game. It'll be played in Houston, Texas. And I mean, what a game. Michigan will be playing for a national championship. The first time in what feels like forever. What a game. As right now they are presenting the trophy to the Michigan Wolverines. So right now they are doing the Rose Bowl awards presentation. And so, Michigan, what a game. Michigan, let me tell you, Michigan from kickoff was the better team in this game. Alabama played a tough game, played a good game. But ultimately, it was Michigan who was the better team tonight. And so, incredible game. Michigan is going to be playing for a national championship. Alabama will go home, and next season they will definitely be one of the teams to beat as well. So, what is going to happen? We're going to get the first national champion that's not an SEC team for the first time in a few years. I mean, you have to go back to, I believe, when Clemson beat Alabama in the national championship there in San Francisco in 2019, I believe. So 5 years. I'm still stuck on 23. It's 2024. So it took this long to get a team from other than the SEC to have the chance to win the national championship. Now, some people may say, well, if Texas wins, then it means that an SEC team still won. Well, that could be in technicalities, but they played in the Big 12 this season. So, incredible game here tonight. Michigan is Rose Bowl champions for this season, and they will be playing for a national championship. And in a minute, whenever the award ceremony is over, it'll be time for Texas and Washington. So, folks, we are going to take another commercial break, and we will be right back. All right, everybody, we are still awaiting ESPN to go to Texas and Washington, which should be a really fun game tonight. So, Michigan is winners of this game, and Texas and Washington is going to be a fun one to watch. And so, we still just await ESPN to cut away from Michigan and Alabama to go to Texas and Washington. What a game, though. What a game this was. So here we go. It is now time for the Sugar Bowl. They finally cut to the Sugar Bowl. So, here we go. Steve Sarkisian getting interviewed at the beginning of the game. And so, this is going to be fun. We got a fun one now. Another fun game. So, of course, now Kalen DeBoer, head coach of the Washington Huskies, getting interviewed. So, exciting night. We already had Michigan advance to the national championship game. So here we go. We are ready for kickoff of the Sugar Bowl. And it's going to be, I believe it looks like Texas will get the football to begin the game. So, here we go. The Longhorns are set to receive the kickoff from the Huskies. Game number 2, here we go. As Grady Gross sends that off, and it is Longhorns football to begin the football game. As here is a nice kick return up to about the 34-yard line is blue. So now here comes Quinn Ewers and the Texas offense. And Quinn Ewers this season, he's got a 70.7 completion percentage. He's thrown for 3,161 yards, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. He's ran for 5 touchdowns himself. So, he's had himself a pretty good year. Also, while being hurt partially throughout the season. So, here we go. Quinn Ewers claps his hands and takes the snap. Ewers, and we got a flag already. It's a snap infraction going against Texas. That's going to back them up a few yards. So it's an illegal snap. And so that will back Texas up. So now 1st and 15 for the Longhorns at the 29-yard line. Ewers sends a man to motion. Here's Quinn Ewers throwing. That one is just incomplete. Looking for A.D. Mitchell. And 2nd and 15 now for the Longhorns. And really just a lot of pressure in the face of Quinn Ewers. Didn't have a lot of time. Just floated that one up. And incomplete. So here's Quinn Ewers. Hands it off to his running back. Nice run there. First down. That is C.J. Baxter, the running back for the Longhorns. First down, Texas. And Baxter, nice running right there. And he gets the first down. Now, 1st and 10. Ewers looking, stepping up in the pocket, throwing, and that is incomplete. A bad throw after a lot of pressure again in the face of Quinn Ewers. Looking for A.D. Mitchell once again. And so, 14 and a half minutes to go in the game. Not in the game, but in the first quarter. My goodness. Either way, 2nd and 10 for Texas. Here is Quinn Ewers faking the handoff. That one's tipped up in the air and incomplete. Again, looking for A.D. Mitchell. 3rd and 10 for the Longhorns. And of course, Washington, 13-0 coming into this game. Trying to prove to people, because there are some people who said that they may be the weakest team in the playoff field. And well, here they are. Pressure's going to be sent to Ewers. Time is running out for Texas. Ewers takes the snap. Looking. And that one's across the middle and incomplete. And that was he was trying to find Jordan Whittington. Incomplete, and that'll be a punting situation for the Longhorns. As a great stop by the Huskies of Washington. Good job by that Washington defense. And now Texas will be punting this ball away. Ryan Sanborn is the punter. Jeremy Bernard will be there to return. And that is a wobbly kick. And a great bounce right there. And it'll be down at about the 10 or 11 yard line. Alright, folks. So you got Alabama and Michigan earlier playing. So for the rest of this game, you got a great one here. Michael Penix is out there from Tampa, Florida. So here we go. Michael Penix is in the ball game and ready to play. Washington, of course, trying, like I said earlier, trying to prove that they belong. So Michael Penix still giving out some signals to his running back, but here we go. Penix sends a man in motion. Here is Penix throwing out wide. There's a flag. I believe this is Rome Odunze, most likely, or Jalen McMillan. I'm sorry. Jalen McMillan, but there is a flag. And it's an offside on the defense. And that's going to help Washington. So Texas is a little bit like, you can see the inexperience so far with the Texas Longhorns. So 1st and 5 for the Huskies. Penix sends a man in motion. Takes the snap. Hands it off. And a nice run right there. And he'll get stuffed. That's Dylan Johnson with the carry. And a late hit, but no flags. So it'll be 2nd down here. So 2nd and 2 coming up. Dylan Johnson, his last 5 games, 136.6 rush yards per game. That's 6th in the FBS over that span of time. So here we go. Penix Sends a man in motion. Takes the snap. Hands it off. Dylan Johnson, I don't think he got there. I believe it's going to be 3rd and 1. Did they give him the... Okay, they gave him the first down. That's shocking. All right, everybody. So tonight, the plan for this game, I am going to do the first quarter, and then ESPN will take the rest of this, the rest of the way. So, here we go. Penix will take the snap. He's going to look downfield. Going to throw it downfield. That one's caught! What a catch! Going down the sidelines. Ja'Lynn Polk down to about the 1-yard line. 1st and goal for the Huskies, and what a play right here. Ja'Lynn Polk finding some space, and he nearly made it to the house. Ja'Lynn Polk, great play right there. And that is 61 receptions for 1,077 yards for Ja'Lynn Polk on the season. Here's a run by Dylan Johnson. He barrels his way. And I believe that is a touchdown for the Huskies. The Washington Huskies strike first. And what a play. Dylan Johnson finds his way into the end zone. Great play. And Grady Gross is in to kick that extra point. It is good. And folks, I'm going to go ahead and leave you. So I will tell you all the reason why is that I have did that other game, the Alabama-Michigan game, and have never attempted this, and I can tell why it could be difficult doing 2 different games. So I do want to apologize for cutting off so soon, but it's been a long day. So with that, thanks for watching, everybody.